Good morning. I want to welcome you to the Halifax County Board of Commissioners meeting on this Monday, October the 6th, 2025. Thank each one of you for being here. Meeting will officially come to order at this time. We're going to be led in the invocation by Vice Chair Chanel Richardson Davis, and then after which we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance in unison. Those of you who wish to join us, please stand.
Dear God, we thank you for this day. We come to you with thankful hearts for waking us up this morning and starting us on our day. We thank you for the safe travels to and fro from to this meeting. Dear Lord, we'd like to thank you for the gathering here of everyone here in your presence and online for the carrying out of our business today here in Halifax County. We pray for our nation today, Lord. I pray that our leaders are able to come together and to help save health care and to also reopen our government and learn the lessons of compromise, dear Lord, and how important that is today, Lord. I also pray that you look over us as we make decisions that govern our citizens here in Halifax County, that we make the best decisions possible, and that we are all working in one common cause to make sure Halifax County is the best that it can be. And all these things we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Yeah, podium. Diaz messing with it. Okay, thanks. Okay, at this time, I trust that my colleagues have had a chance to review the agenda. I will so entertain a motion for the adoption. Motion made by Commissioner Redden. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And all opposed, like sign. Next item on the agenda is the conflict of interest statement. In accordance with the Halifax County Board of Commissioners Rules of Procedure and the North Carolina General Statute Section 153A-44, is the duty of every member present to vote on all matters coming before the board unless there is a conflict of interest as determined by the board by law. Does any board member have a known conflict of interest as determined by the board coming before us today with respect to matters appearing before us? Commissioner Silver.
No conflict, Chairman.
No conflict, sir.
No conflict.
No conflict?
No conflict.
Madam Clerk, let the record so reflect that the 6 commissioners present do not have any conflict with matters coming before us today. Next item is the consent agenda, and we have 3 items under those. We have the approval of minutes, which is in your packet. We have the item B is the budget amendments. Item C, property tax collection refunds and releases, September of 2025. Any questions or comments in regards to that? If not, I'll so entertain a motion for your approval of the consent agenda involving those 3 items.
Move for the consent of the approval of the consent agenda. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Motion made by Vice Chair Davis. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Silver. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, like sign. Next item is the special recognitions. Commissioners, if you notice in your packet of information, you have a letter. You have a letter from, you Yeah, you have a letter from the Board of Commissioners to Reverend Dr. Charles E. McCullum, Senior, Oak Grove Missionary Baptist Church, Promised Land Ministries, Littleton, North Carolina, and you know the contents of the letter. It's involving their 160th church anniversary celebration, and they just asked for a letter from this body, and that's what it is. Any questions or comments in regards to that? If not, I'll so entertain a motion for your approval. So moved. Motion made by Commissioner Silver. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, next item is item 3, public comment. We do not have anyone who signed up for public comment this morning. Is that right, Madam Clerk? Okay. All right, we'll move into the next item on the agenda, which is the first agenda items on the sheriff office needs, and we're here from our High Sheriff, Tyree Davis. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Vice Chairman, Tom Magic, normally I don't have notes. Y'all know I normally just come up here and talk without notes and everything, but I wanted to make sure I was as little as possible when it came to it. So, why am I here today? So, on August the 27th of this year, Roanoke Rapids had a shooting in the city limits of Roanoke Rapids. When I arrived at the scene, or before I arrived, we had officers that were already on the scene. We were given our vehicle descriptions. We were notified the hospital that people were coming injured. We helped EMS come in. We secured the scene in the city limits of Roanoke Rapids. When I arrived, the Roanoke Rapids police chief arrived with me. We were at a meeting because I meet with the chief once a month, the last Wednesday of every month. And we canceled our meeting and we headed to the business where the shooting was taking place, had taken place. Like I said, when I got there, I had just as many people there from the sheriff's office as Roanoke Rapids Police Department had when they were there. And that's not unusual. This is what we do. This is what we do for our county. But what disturbed me was, in the days to follow, I got several calls from county commissioners saying that we needed to do more in the city limits of Roanoke Rapids. The sheriff's office needed to do more in the city limits of Roanoke Rapids. There also comments were made to me that Roanoke Rapids citizens pay county taxes too, and they deserve the sheriff's office protection just like everybody else. Now, this disturbed me, and I found it troubling with those comments because at sheriff's office, we already do so much in the city limits. We help Roanoke Rapids, we help Weldon, we help Littleton, we help Enfield, we help Scotland Neck. We already help everybody. And when you get to a scene like right now, the Chief Holland was going to be here this morning. He's out shooting right now in Scotland Neck. He was here in Halifax coming to this meeting. Scotland Neck has a shooting going on right now, and I have 2 men out there with his 2 men to help process that, and I'm sure we'll send more investigators to help them as they see, as needed. But we do a lot for this county. We do a lot for the citizens. But asking me to do more in the city limits, I need something from y'all. Because we have the same number of patrol deputies in 2025 that we had in 2003 when I started at Sheriff's Office. We have 7 people working on the squad, a lieutenant, a sergeant, 2 corporals, and 3 deputies. This is the same thing I started with as a deputy in 2003. But we do way more and beyond what the sheriff's duties and responsibilities are to make sure our citizens are safe. So, and look, I told Mr. Redding look, I get emotional with this, and I'll let you know because we pour out our heart and our soul to protect citizens of this county. We take time from our families to where they don't see us day in and day out. When y'all having the worst times, we're there to try to make your times better. Y'all see us everywhere. Y'all see us doing everything. So at no point, I think it's disrespectful for somebody to call me and tell me we should be doing more. Because we're doing more with less. And we do more with less every day. But in that conversation, those commissioners said, Sheriff, we need you to come forward to us and actually tell us what you need. what you're asking for, what can help move this county forward and everything else. But I want to express to you that it is no more of my job to answer calls in the city limits of any municipality than it is your job as a county board to go in those city limits and do their city council's job. The city council has their job, you have your job, I have my job at the sheriff, and these police chiefs that are here, they have their job in their municipalities. So they came here today to support me and support my quest of what we're asking for, to prove to you, and you hear it all the time, because when we arrived on scene, I spoke to one of the commissioners and explained to them everything that we done. When we got there, the commissioner said, well, I didn't know that, because just in the paper on the spin, it just said sheriff's office assistant. That's all they have to say, because the other chiefs, they know what we do. All they need to do is show us a little appreciation saying that we're assisted. We don't need to go through the entire dialogue of everything we done. But the last thing I'm going to have is people calling me saying we're not doing enough. Because we are breaking our butts and our backs and our tails here to provide safety for this county. And we don't have to go into these cities, like I said, but we go into these cities. And regardless of what y'all decide here today, we're still going to go into these cities, because that's what we do. Because the same people shooting around Rapids, they're shooting out in the county. The same people shooting in Enfield, they're shooting out in the county. The same people shooting in Scotland Neck today, they're shooting out in the county. So if I do not go in these city limits and help them, it's just going to transition over to the county, and it's going to be my problem too. So why not go ahead and help them when they need help and everything else? Now they're short, just like we're short. We're down 9 deputies right now. Scotland Neck PD has 2 officers working. 2 officers. Who do y'all think is answering their calls when they're not? We are. Enfield is 4 now, but they just got 4. They haven't been 4 the whole time. We answer their calls. Littleton calls, we answer their calls. So, but not only do we do it in the county, Bertie County Sheriff's Office had an officer getting shot at. I put on my uniform, I called my guys, we drove to Bertie County, and we looked for the person that was shooting at the officer. Northampton County, we worked with the sheriff over there with drug cases, murder cases, the murder they had under the bridge over there. We sent our investigators over there to assist Northampton County, because that's what we do. That's not the only thing we do with it, but we help all other counties. Cass County had an armed robbery. They located the suspect here in our county. Our SWAT team and their SWAT team done a joint search warrant, went into that residence and got that person out of there. We worked with the other counties. Edgecombe County had a high-profile murder. We sent off investigators over there because we have great technology here in this county. That's one thing I can say. We have some good technology to help solve cases and everything else that other agencies and offices don't have. So we sent them over there to help. Warren County. Warren County has called us and used our SWAT team several times. We even done a joint search warrant at one of my employees' houses that we figured out was doing some illegal things, and we worked together to get justice on that, and that employee no longer works with us. So we worked together with that. Franklin County. Franklin County had a couple of deputies get shot at. Once again, I get dressed. I go set up a perimeter there in Franklin County, and me and my team, we're up there in Franklin County helping as well. Haywood County, if y'all remember a year ago this time, Hurricane Helene come through North Carolina. Through the Sheriff's Association, we have a network called Sheriffs Helping Sheriffs, and they send out something asking, is there any sheriff's officer in the state that has not been affected by the hurricane or whatever disaster we're having? Can you send manpower to go to other counties? We signed up. 11 of us signed up. I didn't make anybody go. It was all voluntarily, because the last thing you want to do is make somebody go somewhere that they don't want to be. So they need to represent us well. So myself and 10 other deputies, we signed up. We drove from here to the western part of North Carolina, to Haywood County, and we provided law enforcement services for them in their county while their sheriff's office looked for their missing, looked for their deputies that they couldn't get in contact with, and handled that disaster. And we worked with it there. But, so we not only do this for our local agencies, we have a relationship with the state and federal agencies where we work with them as well. And when I was talking to some of my admin staff about coming up here today, asking you guys for what, and I'll get to that later, they told me in the past that many sheriffs have come before the board and previous boards to ask them for stuff. And what they normally do is they fill the whole room with deputies trying to make an impact. Well, these deputies out working, so I don't have them here to come and make an impact. But what I do have here is I have some of the police chiefs, and I'm going to give them, wait some of my time to them so they can make comments on what we do for them. And then I'll step back up.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning. Just state your name and who you are and title, then go ahead and speak to it. Thank you for being here.
Chief Jerry Shoemaker, Enfield Police Department.
Thank you, Chief Shoemaker, for being here.
I wrote everything down because I love to talk. And he told me 2 minutes. Sheriff said, and he always tells me, look, use your inside voice. I have to apologize in advance. I don't have my hearing aids in, so I might be a little loud. Anyway, my description of the sheriff and his deputies is simply put, a very present help in the time of need. Sheriff Tyree Davis knows what it takes to be the chief of the Enfield Police Department. And almost 3 years ago, I left the sheriff's office returning to the Enfield Police Department on a mission to work at repairing the broken, non-existent one-man department. There was one man there, Chief Johnson at the time, and I was the captain. It's been a long road to recovery, but I could not have done it without the assistance of the sheriff's office. Though we are closer, we're not there yet. Until we are staffed back to a thriving 12 full-man position department, we will never be able to self-sustain without the assistance of the sheriff's office. The sheriff said that we're full, and that's true. We have 7 officers. You heard me say we need at least 12. With 7, I can't do it without the sheriff's office. The sheriff and his deputies answer calls for our city when we have a gap in coverage. This is, for the last 3 years, every Saturday and Sunday during the day. Every time we have a call off, an officer that has to be out for call offs, or small gaps in coverage. Like right now, I have a gap in coverage until my captain gets in at 10 o'clock. So I did the math. The sheriff covers our town approximately 150 to 170 hours a month. The sheriff and his deputies show up to every major shooting call, anything that's major regardless, they're there to help. On top of that is assistance for calls for service. So when I say 150 to 170 hours, that's calls for service because I don't have an officer there. They do several things. Number one, his specialized teams work to combat crimes in our city, assist with execution of search warrants, and that have yielded much results in getting rid of some of the gang violence and shooting that he talks about spills out into the county. When I call Lieutenant Casey at the direction of the sheriff, their team assists. We cannot combat crime and be successful without continued assistance of the sheriff's office. When I served as an officer at the Enfield Police Department under then Chief Tyree Davis, this was in times past. The sheriff's office didn't help us at all. In fact, they were forbidden to come into the city limits. That's not true with this administration. Under Sheriff Tyree Davis, he not only encourages them to work in the city limits, as do I, but he pushed a whole different ideology about us coming together in unity so that we can all work together. He created this, you heard it mentioned that we meet together the last Wednesday of every month as the chiefs. And we do that so that we can work together. We're all one team. The whole thing has been changed. Before it was, you're not allowed to, oh, that's forbidden. Now it's, we're all one team working together, and I can't do it without his help. So thank you, Sheriff, for your continued support, assistance, leadership to the citizens of Enfield and Halifax County. Appreciate it.
All right. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tommy Parker, former chief of Scotland Neck Police Department. Good to see all of you. It's an honor to stand before you today to recognize a man who's given so much to the Scotland Neck community, Sheriff Tyree Davis. He and I met around 2008, And I'm going to try to stick to my notes. He also told me the same thing, hey, keep it 2 to 3 minutes. But anyhow, we met around 2008. Would you like me to tell him how we met? He was working an undercover operation in Scotland Neck as a drug agent. And without going into the full details, I was new to Halifax County. I was new to Scotland Neck at the time. And so I didn't know anybody. And I saw what appeared to be a drug deal going down. And so I'm working by myself in Scotland Neck, which is nothing abnormal even today. But I rolled up and turned my lights on, and one of his agents ended up in handcuffs sitting in my car. Because I didn't know they were doing a top secret operation, and I thought I saw a drug deal. So, but that's how the sheriff and I met, is that I kind of messed up a whole drug organization. But we go back a long time. I was with Scotland Neck for 17 and a half years. And I think that I learned a lot there in a small department. It's a little bit different than a larger department. You have to learn things on your own. You have to do things on your own. And you're out there by yourself many, many times. That is not the safest thing. It wasn't back in the early 2000s or even the 1990s. And even today, it's worse to work alone. But I can say this here. As long as my radio would reach out to Halifax County and to the sheriff's office, I was never technically alone. I can stand here today and confirm that Sheriff Davis's commitment to ensuring the safety and well-being of Scotland Neck has not gone unnoticed. He has always been a steadfast leader, guiding our department through both times of peace and times of trouble, even recently. From his leadership in keeping our streets safe to his countless hours spent supporting local events, he has been a constant source of support in Scotland Neck. There are so many things I could talk about, but one that stands out that happened recently was probably around 10:30, 11 o'clock one night on November 9th, 2023. It's a night that I'll never forget. There were 2 officers and myself working. I actually was off. I come in, we had some shots fired, and it was on 12th Street in Scotland Neck. I got up, got dressed, come out with my officers. We were picking up cases. A deputy showed up, and he and I were talking. And if any of you remember back in 2023, Scotland Neck went through some very rough times with shots fired. I mean, they were shooting almost every single night. We were limited staff. We were trying to be on top of it, but anyhow, we were there at that scene, and bullets were literally fired across the feet of our feet. They were hitting the trees. We come under attack. And so I took the deputy, I pulled him underneath the car. My other guys that were in the middle of the street, they laid down. They were crawling, trying to get behind trees. The only thing I could do is get on my radio and say, Halifax, please send me help. And within a few moments, and like I said, I've been in public service for 30 years. I've been all over the state of North Carolina working with different agencies and things and different calls and situations. But at this moment, when I got on the radio and I called for help, within moments, it was one deputy car after another. I didn't even have time to get any from the truck yet, and I could hear sirens coming. And then, lo and behold, the sheriff shows up, parks his vehicle, gets in my truck, and said, let's go get him. That's the kind of sheriff that we have in Halifax County. As Chief Shoemaker mentioned, one of the things that he's always had an open door policy. He's a phone call away to every chief in Halifax County. Any resources Scotland Neck has always had limited resources. We don't have the best equipment, best technology. So anything we've ever needed, he's always been a phone call away. He and his staff have been a phone call away. And as Jerry mentioned, the monthly meetings. I've never been in a county where the sheriff said, hey, I got an idea, let's all the chiefs meet once a month and let's hash everything out. We were allowed to say whatever we wanted to say, whether it was good or bad to him, and we were networking and we were using resources and sharing resources. And I think that's one of the biggest things for me when I was chief is, I look forward to that monthly meeting with the sheriff because he knew what was going on in Scotland Neck, and I knew what was going on in Halifax. Very informative meetings. So I'll close out by saying this. Sheriff Davis, you're what true leadership is. And I mean that not only as you're a good friend to me, especially when I was going through some dark times, a very good friend to me, but he is a friend to Scotland Neck and to Halifax County, and thank y'all so much for this opportunity to speak. I will add this here. When I was a child, I was raised by my grandparents, and when I was a child, they said, there's a difference between something you want and something you need. And so anytime the sheriff comes up before y'all and say, this is what I need, I would really take that in consideration. Thank you so much.
Hello and good morning.
Morning.
My name is Donald Duke. I'm the chief for the town of Littleton. I was appointed chief back in February. And the sheriff, like everybody's talking about, he's there for you. I'll say the day after I was appointed acting chief, the first phone call I got was Sheriff Davis. Called me and he let me know right off the bat, if there's anything you need, you let me know and we'll make it happen. And I've got to say, since that point in time, I've called him numerous times. Never once has he let me down. I, as well as everybody else, most folks in here, am short. Right now, it's me and one other guy full-time. I got Odin full-time, I've got one part-time officer. I couldn't do it without the sheriff's office. They probably cover Littleton just about as much as we do, to be honest. Daytime, weekends, no question I have nobody. Weekdays, at night, 3 nights out of the week I got somebody, the other days I don't. It just depends, because I come in at 8 in the morning, so I can't stay all night, but I can go home and rest assured that the sheriff's office has got me covered. The sheriff mentioned that August the 27th, Ronald Rapids had a homicide. What he didn't tell you is August 26th, Littleton had a homicide. I live 25 minutes away from the town of Littleton. So I get the phone call, it takes me, 10 minutes to get dressed and head that way. I will say when I got there, it was 4 or 5 deputies on scene. Crime scene was already secured. Had crime scene tape. All I had to do was go in and start making phone calls. Which one of my first phone calls was to the sheriff. And I knew that if I needed anything, he had my back. And he always does. I work sheriff's office and I work police department now. I've been in law enforcement 15 years. I work Vance County Sheriff's Office before I come up here. I have never seen a relationship from a sheriff and to the police chiefs like I have here. Vance County, like you said, it don't happen. They don't get together. They don't talk. You don't go in the city. And I don't know how it is now. I'm not there no more. But when I was there, it didn't happen. Here I know the Sheriff Davis has my back. And I mean, I don't know what I would do without him. I'm going to be honest with you. I know it sounds like a lot of echoing, but I guess because we all feel the same way. He's there for us whenever we need him. No questions asked. Again, he's helped me a lot, and anything I can do for him, I'd be glad to do it, but I can honestly say that he helps me way more than I help him. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last but not least, I guess. Good morning. My name is Chris Davis, Chief of Police, Weldon Police Department. Good morning, Chairman Bryant, Vice Chair Davis, and the board, good citizens of Halifax County. A lot of other chiefs already said a whole lot of things that I was going to say. You know, this is an agenda, so I didn't really bring it up anything up here to really go by. I just wanted to come from the heart with y'all today. I met the sheriff in 2003. I had started in Weldon Police Department 2003 in August, and he came aboard the sheriff's office October of 2003. He was assigned to Weldon, so at that time, most times at night, there was only one officer out at night in Weldon. Well, there was really two, because the sheriff, he was right by my side. We did a lot of proactive enforcement in Weldon, which was a great combination of Weldon Police Department and Halifax County Sheriff's Office. And at that from that time, we grown as friends. I call him my brother from another mother. Just because we got the same last name, but again, what everybody else has said, we have major incidents in Weldon. Sheriff's office comes and they come quick. We had a shooting downtown Weldon, Washington Avenue. Sheriff's office was there, helped us out tremendously. Another incident, I was out by myself one day, had a shooting on 1st Street. Before I knew it, a whole bunch of the investigators from the sheriff's office were there, helping me out. Again, I was the only one out at the time, so that was very much a great help to me at that point in time. Because imagine one person trying to secure a crime scene, trying to collect evidence, interview suspects, interview witnesses, victims. It's way too much, right? So that was a great help for me. And my department, they help my department all the time. Like I said, a lot of times they come, we don't even request it. They come help us out because of it sounds like a major incident happened. So they're heading our way already. But when we do call them, they are there immediately. We see them through the town of Weldon all the time. Used to not see that, but we do now, which is a great thing. Like I said, I speak with the sheriff all the time. We talk things off each other all the time, ideas and things like that. They came to me about our monthly meeting like everybody else has talked about. Thought that was a great idea. We share a lot of things there that help all the departments out. Fortunately, we can pretty much cover our town, but without the help of them in major incidents, we would be in trouble because we just don't have the manpower. Normally it's 2 officers out, and sometimes that's too much for 2 officers to handle some incidences. But again, I know the sheriff, he's kind of like me. He don't come before his board without needing something. I know I don't go in front of my board unless I really need something at that point in time. And I guarantee you that the sheriff's the same way. Thank you for listening, and thank you, Sheriff, for all your help.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief. Now, I know the citizens are happy because we actually have a few more chiefs that were going to speak, but one's in school, the other one's out of shooting and everything else, so that'll speed some time along. But you've heard from the chiefs on what we do in their municipalities. Now, when Littleton has murders, shootings, rapes, any kind of sexual assault, break-ins, we're there. When Roanoke Rapids has it, we're there. Enfield has it, we're there. Weldon has it, Scotland Neck has it, the sheriff's office is there, each and every time. But when we have shootings, murders, break-ins, nobody shows up but us. And it's not because they don't want to, it's because they can't. They can't because, one, manpower. They do not have the manpower to do it. Most of these agencies, now Chief Davis has always been fortunate in Weldon where he stays pretty well staffed. But most of these other agencies don't. So we have to handle it ourselves. Also, jurisdiction. The sheriff's office has countywide jurisdiction. These municipalities only have jurisdictions in their city limits and 1 mile thereafter. So they cannot come and help us. Even if they wanted to, they could not come and help us. So when it boils down to it, the sheriff's office is what we have, what you have, and what county citizens have to provide protection. So when we're providing Roanoke Rapids protection and Weldon protection and Littleton protection, guess who we're not protecting? The actual citizens that rely on us to pay their taxes for the sheriff's office protection. That is who we're not protecting because we're in those municipalities. Now I'll tell you this, by law, the sheriff's office does not have to step foot in any of these city limits. Because as long as you have a police department, by law, it is your job as that police department to provide safety and security for your citizens. Most people don't know that. They think that, hey, if the citizens, I put on my Facebook page that I am not these police chief boss. Because I get calls all the time, can you go in there and take this case? Can you go and take that case? Will you please tell this chief what to do? And will you please tell that chief what to do? They answer to a board. They answer to a city manager. I am not their supervisor. I cannot go in and just take stuff from them. We work together, and that's why we send people there. But by law, they are responsible. If you live in any city limits in this county, any city limits in the state, the police department that's in that city limits, that is who is responsible for taking care of you, not the sheriff's office, not any sheriff's office. But we do it because it's the right thing to do. We do it because that's what our citizens deserve. We do it because that's what these other officers and stuff deserve as far as protection, because we go in there to protect them and we protect our community. Now, they had some numbers, and I'll tell you this, and I'm going to just talk the 3 years since I've been sheriff, or just over 3 years. So with that, Littleton, he was saying we answer about 90% of Littleton's calls. Littleton don't have the manpower. They're short just like everybody else. They're on the edge of the county. We answer about 90% of their calls. Before Chief Shoemaker got here in the last so many months, and they're feeling we answered about 85% of Enfield's calls. Now, I've had deputies to quit and go to another county because they said, Sheriff, I don't mind answering the county's calls, but I'm tired of answering all these city limits calls. And they go to other counties where those counties just make them work in the county instead of coming into the city limits. In Scotland Neck, last 3 years, we answered about 70% of their calls. Now, Weldon, we go and assist them, but it's not higher number. Royal Rapids, they cover most of their own unless they have a shooting, something like that, and then we go in to assist. And like I said, Scotland Neck PD is down to 2 officers. When those 2 officers are off, we're going to cover their calls because that's the right thing to do. And so, now, Halifax County is 730 square miles. We have a very large county. It's not very much populated, but we have a very large county. We have one of the largest counties in the state. With that, Weldon is 2.9 miles, so Chief Davis is responsible for 2.9 miles of city limits. Roanoke Rapids is 9.95, Enfield is 1.3, Littleton is less than 1, Scotland Neck is 1.19. So therefore, the Sheriff's Office is legally bound to cover 713 square miles of this county. We drive from Littleton to Hobgood. Riding with blue lights and siren on is going to take us an hour. Imagine if you needed the law. We get places and it takes us 2 or 3 minutes and they say, what took you so long? I've been waiting forever. If we get to you in 2 or 3 minutes, you need to thank whatever God you worship because it was a blessing. Our call volume is so large that we're not getting to you in 2 or 3 minutes because we only have 7 deputies covering this county at one time, 7. So with those 7, we're covering Enfield's calls, we're covering Scotland Neck calls, we're covering Littleton's calls, we're covering our calls, we're going into Roanoke Rapids and assisting them, we're going into Weldon and assisting them. 7 deputies. And that's if we're fully staffed. We're not fully staffed. We're down 9 deputies right now. 3 months ago in March, I was talking with the county manager. We had 1 position open. 1 on the road. But we're going and we're covering all that with 7 deputies. We have people out on FMLA because we get hurt. For some reason, our deputies love to fall through floors when we're searching houses. We've been in more houses and fell through a floor and hurt. We've been in fights and had to go out. We have deputies that, families get pregnant or they get pregnant, so they go out on FMLA. So with that, we have vacation. We have time that we need off. We need mental health days too because we see stuff in this county that y'all can't imagine happening in this county. We see babies getting raped, we see babies getting killed, we see people getting killed, we see people that's traveling from one spot to the next and running to the back of an 18-wheeler and it removes their entire face off of their body. And this is what we see. So do we need mental health days to be off so we can go to our family and appreciate our loved ones and little ones at home? Yes. Because any deputy I have, if I call them and say, hey, we're short, we need you to stay out 2 or 3 more hours, they stay out 2 or 3 more hours. But who are we punishing? We're punishing that deputy. We're punishing their family. We're punishing our future law enforcement for people or the people that may want to come over here when they hear that we're working our deputies to death because of shortness, because of openness, and things of that nature. We normally allow them to go and work state fair every year because the state fair is a state function. We had to cancel the state fair for our deputies to make that extra money. And man, did we get some phone calls behind it. But our number 1 priority is to protect Halifax County. So we have to cancel all of that so we can have enough people to protect Halifax County. That's what we're doing, that's what we did. And we actually had deputies, but depending on that money, and even talked about quitting. I know one that went and talked to another sheriff because the sheriff called me. And you may think it's nothing, but when you don't make enough money to get from A to Z every day, and another sheriff's officer or PD will pay you a little bit more an hour, if you're going to get shot at, why not get shot at for more money? If you're going to get to fighting, why not get to fighting for more money? They love me, but they love money. When they take their kids to Disneyland, they can't say, I work with Sheriff Tyree Davis. Disneyland don't care. Disneyland won't see that debit card. They want to know the money in their account can pay to get those tickets to take their kids where they need when they have a break. When I go to Disney, they don't care that I'm a sheriff. This title don't mean nothing to them. They want my debit card, my credit card. And if we don't get paid it, we don't have it. And so one of the commissioners asked me what I needed. Now, we talked about the makeup of the squad. The 4th floor closed at Halifax, at the hospital. Nobody saw that coming. Now, they told us it was coming, but they told us it was a year and a half away. I met with them, and they told me it was a year and a half away, and then 2 months later, they closed. I met with the president of the community, not community college, of the hospital. I met with the president of the hospital talking about the 4th floor on the same day as this shooting on August 27th, because that's the meeting we were in when this shooting happened. And I told him that the hospital has done a disservice to our community, to our mental health system, to our law enforcement agencies. They have failed our community when it comes to mental health. Now, and this president's, he was not the president at the time that it happened. But he did inform me that Halifax County, out of all the ECU systems, has the largest intake of mental health patients of all their hospitals. Now, we're talking about Pitt County and everything. Halifax County has the largest intake of mental health patients. That's the largest amount of patients they see is mental health patients here at our hospital. Now, we don't have a 4th floor, so we don't have a mental health floor. People don't know what that is. We don't have a mental health floor anymore. So every one of those patients that come into those hospitals that need secondary treatment cannot get it at the hospital. They have to be transported to a secondary location. Guess who transports them? The sheriff's office. We do. We take over 110 transports out of this county every month. Over 110. Now, one may be to a hospital, but one may be out to Winston-Salem. One may be out to the mountains. And when we're doing that, with our already short staff, now we're short. Because we're out on a trip. Now, I'll let you know this too. By law, it is not the sheriff's office job to transport people out of this county. It's the county's job, not the sheriff's office. But it falls on the sheriff's office. And I understand why it falls on the sheriff's office. We have specialized training, we have weapons, and we have restraints that we can restrain people going through mental health crisis. I can understand that. But that's not our responsibility either. But it falls on us, and we gladly accept it, and we never complain about it. You know, so we the bank runs. BB&T has closed. We take bank runs every day to Roanoke Rapids. We take the staff from this county to Roanoke Rapids for the bank run. A deputy does it. We need to do it. We are armed and we're transporting money. We need to do it. But we didn't get more staff to do it. We done it with already existing staff that we had. Our court system, they require more bailiffs. We're running more court. We're trying to get people through. We have more bailiffs in court on a daily basis than we have deputies out there on the road. Now, by law, we don't have to get them as many bailiffs as we give them. But by law, the judge don't have to have court if she don't feel safe and secure. So she can say, Sheriff, I need 4 deputies, and I can say, Judge, I'll give you 1, and she can say, Sheriff, we're not having court, and we're at a stalemate. So we have to get them, and now I'll tell you, the judges I work with, they requested 4, they've gone down to 3 because of our shortages and everything else. So they work with us. And I meet with the judges, the defense attorneys, the defense bar, the public defender's office, all on how we can make all of this stuff work. And so we're trying every avenue we can to provide more people out there working while still allowing this county to function and be as safe and secure as it possibly can be. So what do we need? We need more positions. Since I've been sheriff, I've been going to Budget, let me get the wording right, because we call it something different in Enfield. Budget retreat, is it budget retreat we have here when I meet with you and your team?
Your departmental budget meeting.
So, departmental, each year that I've done it, I've asked for the exact same thing other than last year. Last budget, I asked for one more thing. I've asked for 4 patrol deputies. I asked for 2 sergeants. And I asked for 4 detention officers. That was the first year. The second year, I asked for 4 patrol deputies, 2 sergeants, 4 detention officers, and 4 non-sworn positions. Because realistically, we need 12 deputies. We need 6 sergeants. We need 4 non-sworn. I need 8 detention officers and 8 detention sergeants. But realistically, the county cannot afford to give me all those positions at one time, and that's why I asked for it year by year, so we can get up to it instead of hitting the county with the financial burden to start with. But that's what we need in order to provide the safety and security for our community. So, with the money, now I was asked by one of the commissioners, what do you need? And they asked me, what does Nash County make and what do other counties make, and I'll get to that. But when I've asked for more money in the past, I get a couple answers. One, we just gave the sheriff's office a large raise from a few years ago, and yes, they did. Before I became sheriff, they gave the sheriff's office a large raise that made them the highest paid agency in the county. Well, unfortunately, that's not the case anymore. Now we're the lowest paid agency in the county because the other agencies and municipalities have moved up, and we no longer even able to compete with them when it comes to that. I'm also told that we don't compete with other agencies. Hey, we don't compete with other agencies. I had a deputy with over 8 years of experience leave and go to another agency over $1,500. $1,500. You're losing somebody with 8 years of experience over $1,500 because we don't compete with other agencies. And to me, that's a cop-out. Saying that's a cop-out because if I walk up to you, Mr. Webb, and start punching you in the face, you're in a fight whether you want to be in a fight or not.
That's right.
Just because you don't hit me back don't mean you're not in a fight.
Right.
So saying we don't compete, we're competing, we're just not competing. We have to compete because the other agencies are competing against us. And they're taking our folks. We lost a lot of people to other agencies who's willing to compete. And not only do they compete, they recruit. Because they will call my deputies and say, Mr. Baird, how much time do you have in law enforcement? What certifications do you have? What training do you have? And then they'll hang up. And an hour later call them back and say, we can pay you $75. And when I'm paying you $48. So it ain't like Mr. Baird going to them looking for another job. They have their own Indeed. They have their own recruitment team that's reaching out and poaching officers from other agencies. And as much as Mr. Baird may love me, he loves taking care of his family even more. And he's going to take that extra money. And not only that, I love Mr. Baird taking care of his family, so I'm going to call that sheriff or that chief and tell him how good of a deputy Mr. Baird is because he is, because if he won't, I won't have him here. And it's not fair to hold him back when he can do better for his family. And that's what we do. So we just need to be able to compete. And then the last thing I'm told is if we get a sheriff's office a raise, we have to give the other departments a raise. Well, one, we're an office, we're not a department, so we don't fall on the same rules and regulations that the officers and departments fall under. But other things that set us a difference, and law enforcement officers are 3 more times more likely to commit suicide than I'll call y'all the civilian personnel. Because of the stuff that we see and the stuff that we deal with and people's problems that we have to deal with. And we can't cry. We have to put it all on our chest and our shoulders and everything else, and we have to, and if you talk that it's bothering, guess what we do? We send you to take a psych test to see if you can still carry your gun in your bag. So guess what you don't do? You don't say anything. And you carry it, and then you start having too many use of force, and you start calling out, and you start going through a bunch of stuff because up here you can't take it because of the stuff that you see. And then we as administration have to be able to notice that because we have early reporting systems now that we go by. We have to notice that. So then we pull you to the side and say, hey, the county provides EAP, call EAP, talk to somebody, take here a few days off. We're short, hey, take here a few days off so you can get your mental back because you can't help others if you can't help yourself. So our work week, we work 42 hours, average work week. We work 168 hours a month. Those 2 hours are not overtime. Every other department you have here, once they go over 40 hours, they get time and a half. We don't. We work an average of 3 weeks more per year than the average county employee when it comes to it, and we don't get the overtime behind them because we're considered exempt employees and based on our schedule. So we work that time. We work 24 hours a day. We work nights, weekends, holidays, disasters, power outages, fighting, shooting, seeing dead kids. We have to wear body cameras to prove to folks what we did do and what we didn't do. We're one of the only agencies to get complained on for doing our job and get complained on for not doing our job. And then I get complained on when they don't do their job. We are not like other departments. And I respect every other department that we have in this county and across the state, but please do not compare us because we are not the same. So, now, with the realistic numbers that I want to talk about, like I said, we've already been given 2 positions. Y'all approved 2 positions for July 1. One, I need those position numbers so we can hire for them. I need it funded so we can hire for them, along with the 2 other positions to make it a total of 4, to make it, and then 2 sergeant's positions, and then 4 detention positions. The non-sworn positions, I am going to ask for when I come up to our budget, when we have our meeting. It's probably going to be in March or April with these. And I'll explain to you why we need non-sworn positions. The state of North Carolina has changed the way the sheriff's office hires. It used to be, if I want Dr. Cunningham to be a deputy, I can go to him, give him a gun and a badge, and instantly he's a deputy, and ain't nothing nobody can say about it. The guy that's begging for money right there by 95, I can walk up to him, ask the sheriff and say, I want you to be a deputy, you're starting today. I give him a gun and a badge with no training, and he is a deputy, has the same rights that every other deputy in this state has. Well, that's a problem, because too many sheriffs were giving their buddies, their friends, and everything else guns and badges, did not qualify to be law enforcement officers, and things happen. I tell people, we don't need mascots. We need people that's going to put in the work. So now the Sheriff's Association and the law requires us to send somebody to BLET. They have to graduate from BLET, which they should, because that's what everybody else has to do with the police departments. Graduate from BLET and then put them to work. Well, the non-sworn positions will be so I can hire somebody that's not a law enforcement officer, not pay them the same as a deputy pay them less because they're not a deputy, but send them to BLET for 6 months. BLET used to be 4 months long. The state switched it to 6. And the problem is after those 6 months, there's nothing to make that deputy stay with me, because while they're in school and we're paying them and they know they're making 47, 48 coming out, another instructor is going to be in there from another agency and say, hey, we'll give you 53. Go ahead and graduate, let the sheriff's office pay you while you're in there, and we'll give you 53. So they stay in there and they graduate, and then they come turn in their resignation, and it's happened 3 times in the past under the previous sheriffs that done it. So it does happen because people are loyal to their families and their bank accounts. And if they're going to get shot at for $48,000, they might as well get shot at for $53,000. So, Nash County, I was asked what does Nash County pay? Our starting pay for all patrol is $47,687. For our detention center, our pay is $43,187. Nash County starts off, their deputies at $72,823, and their detention center at $66,179. Now for patrol, that's over $27,000 a year difference. What could you do with $27,000 extra dollars coming to you to do the exact same thing? The detention center starts off at almost $23,000 different. Now, it's ludicrous for me to come in here and request this kind of money compared with Nash County, because we cannot compare with Nash County, plain and simple. And I tell you, Shoemaker mentioned it as the chief in Enfield. So I used to be chief and I was city manager. When I went to folks, I gave them realistic numbers. And I know how this works. In your mind, you may say, well, sheriff is going to come and ask us for 19%, so if we negotiate and give him 11, that's what he really wanted. That's why he asked for 19. No, I'm asking you for the percentage I want. I don't want it to be a negotiation. I'm not coming to you blowing up numbers just so we can settle for a number and hopefully they both be happy. I'm coming to you with the realistic numbers that puts us in competition with everybody else so we can recruit and retain good officers. So with that, like I said, our starting pay is $47,687. The hospital starting pay is $48,000. with room for advancement after so much time. Littleton is over 48. Weldon is over 48. Scott Neck PD is at 50. Roanoke Rapids PD is at 51. Enfield PD is at 53. And the community college is at 57. So we're the lowest paid agency in the state, in the county. So what I'm asking you for is for our patrol division, that's two different numbers based on our patrol and based on our detention. For our patrol division, at least a 15% across the board raise. And I say at least 15% because I know how the steps go. So you may have one step that's a 14.6 and then another one that's a 15.25. We don't want 14.6. We want at least 15%. With that 15%, that would take our starting pay up to $54,838. That's just above Enfield. That's below the community college. The hospital, but it still gives us range to compete with other agencies across not only our county, but other counties. For the detention center, I'm asking for an 8% raise. With that 8%, we'll go from 43,178 up to 46,632. Now, I couldn't compare that to other agencies in the county because each county has its own jail. So the PDs don't have a jail to compare to. So we compared that with other counties. And that will put us in a range to where, of course, we can't compete with the Nashes and everything, but we can compete with the Northampton, the Edgecombe and stuff at that point. With this raise, it'll help us retain staff. It'll help us hire staff. So, but also with this adjustments, because I used to be a city manager, so I know how we want it, but we want to keep our evaluation dates. We do not want you to move our evaluation dates and create this a new evaluation date. Because what happens, let's say, for instance, Ms. Davis, y'all approved this raise, and Ms. Davis is supposed to have an evaluation next month. Well, now her evaluation starts over, and she don't get that evaluation next month. So she may get that 8% raise if she's in the detention center, but she loses a possible 4% raise if you reset the evaluation time. So we want to keep the same evaluation times. A better trained officer is a more productive officer and a more confident officer. So we want, like just about every other, and I call them real agency in the state or other agencies in the state, we want accommodations for our deputies when they achieve certain milestones. So we have in law enforcement basic certifications, intermediate certifications, and advanced law enforcement certifications. The advanced law enforcement certification, now this ain't something I give, this is something that the state gives. And you have to meet so many years of service, so many training hours, so many educational hours, and everything else in order to get this. So for an intermediate certification, so it goes basically probationary, general, then basic, and then intermediate. So for the intermediate certification, which is the second highest certification you can get, if an officer has an intermediate certification, I would like for us to get him a 2.5% increase on their salary. The advanced certification is the highest you can get in the state based on training, education, and experience. And I would like to give them an additional 2.5% for 5% for reaching that. Now, most people don't get this until they're about to retire, and I would probably say that most of our deputies at the sheriff's office don't have the advanced certification because it takes a lot to get it. It's something through the state, and every state law enforcement officer, whether you're highway patrol or Charlotte PD, you have to meet the same criteria. So they don't give you, any leniency based on where you come from. Degrees. If you have a degree in a related field, if you have an associate's degree, I would like us to give our employees a 2.5% raise. Now, when I say field, it could be psychology, because we're psychologists too, law enforcement, but if you have underwater basket weaving for your degree, then you do not qualify for that 2.5%. It has nothing to do with what we do. If you have a bachelor's degree, I would like to be able to get them a 5% raise, and a master's or a doctorate, a 7% raise. If you're bilingual, I would like to be able to give a 2.5% raise. We have people that we arrest and deal with and stuff all the time that are bilingual, and we cannot communicate with them. We have 2 officers in our entire agency that can speak Spanish, but we would like to be able to hire more and recruit more so we can put them on squad, so when we deal with bilingual or people that speak another language, we can communicate with them effectively. And that's what I'm asking for when it comes to it. So with this, I want you to know that we need to be prepared. Our county needs to be prepared. Because at any time, Enfield City Council, Stockton Neck City Council, Roanoke Rapids, Weldon, Littleton City Council can say, hey, you know what? Our police department is too much of a burden on us. We're doing away with it. Just like Stanton'sburg just did. At any time, they can do that. And instantly, if they do it, it is the sheriff's office responsibility by law to take care of that town. We can no longer say, hey, it's not my responsibility. Instantly, it is our responsibility by law. We have to be prepared for that because we're already answering so many calls in those municipalities anyway. I mean, we're not far from doing it. Now, we hope they get more help and we hope they cover their own, but realistically, they're going to be short just like we are, and we're going to have to answer a bunch of calls in their city. And these chiefs that came today, I'll tell you this. As a law enforcement officer, once you take that off, then Mr. Silver knows, we will die for each other. We will literally die for each other. When the chief was getting shot at Scotland Neck, we got in that vehicle. I would die for him and he would die for me. Each one of his officers, each one of their officers, each one of my deputies would die for them and they would die for me. But not only will they die for them and they'll die for me, they'll die for you too. They die for people that love us and we'll die for people that hate us. All I'm asking for, because see, y'all tell, and I tell you, the board tells me, and I don't want community to think that this is a chewing session or anything else, because our board of commissioners and Dia and her county manager's office, they call me every week appreciating what job we do in this county. Don't a week go by, there's somebody from the county management staff or one of our county commissioners call me and tell me how much they appreciate what the sheriff's office is doing. Not a week. Not a week. Sometimes you feel like kicking, boy, you get that call and somebody boosts you up. So I know y'all love me. I know y'all love our staff. I know y'all appreciate it. But truth be known, it ain't a soul up there that's going to die for me. Well, none of y'all die for me. But we'll die for you. So all I'm asking you is give us some more money so we can hire and we can retain some people that die for me and die for you too.
Amen.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
You know, with that being said, Commissioners, I know we have been at it probably for about 50 minutes with the sheriff and the police chiefs. And of course, at this time, it's open for discussion among the commissioners. And if the county manager has anything that she wants to say at this time. Commissioners, do y'all have anything you want to say? Commissioner Redding, did you have something you want to say?
In the breakdown that you just provided us, which was excellent, be provided to us on paper?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I also want to thank you because you've come to my classes at the community college to share with my students the importance of not only law enforcement and public safety, but also about the skills that they need to develop to prepare to enter the profession that you just shared. I also want to emphasize that along with the proposal that you shared, are there strategies that we can implement, not just at the community college, but also at the local school systems? Because if we look around the county, we really have a void for almost every profession. So what can we do as teachers and administrators to also fill that void, to create a pipeline for young people to join the profession?
Yeah, so you have to encourage them. So when I come out, and like I went out to Warren County and got my tail whipped over the weekend with the football game, that's relationships that we build doing it. Because I even told the sheriff over there, the score don't matter. At the end of the day, the score don't matter. When I have to go over there and serve Warren County lunch in a couple of weeks, the relationships that you build with the kids is what matters. And so keep pushing us, but push us in a positive light. When something happens, all law enforcement officers aren't good. I'll be the first one to tell you. But when something happens, explain to them how you do have good and bad and everything when it comes to it, and let them know that you have good and bad and everything. Now, on my end, what I'm trying to do is, right now, we can't hire somebody until they're 20 years old, whether that's the detention center or law enforcement, they have to be 20. So coming out to a job fair out of high school, I hate to say it's pointless, other than building relationships, I can't, most kids graduating at 17 and 18 years old. In 2 years, I hope they don't sit around and wait for me for 2 years, because they need to take care of the family. So you having these other industrial places that we're getting, they're going off to college and we lose them. So I'm actually one of the sheriffs that's leading the way with the North Carolina Sheriff's Association for them to change the rule to where we can hire in detention at 18. And in that way, we can get some of these kids and we can go to these job fairs and they can be hired out of high school and start a profession and everything else. And then even though we're going to leave the law enforcement part to age 20, we can at least have you in the jail for 2 years and then transition you over to the sheriff's office. So it's just the positive relationship, talking, let kids know it's good and bad and everything. So, and that'll go a long way. And then inviting us out to your school like you do already, and I appreciate it.
And Sheriff, with him asking for the information being sent, as you well know, just send it to the county manager and she'll make sure all of us get it. Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Redden?
Thank you.
Okay. All right, anyone else? All right, we'll start with Commissioner Silver, then we'll go to Commissioner Webb. All right.
One thing I want to say to you, Sheriff, and I want to say to everybody listening out there, and everybody's listening on Zoom, to the law enforcement officers, don't be afraid to ask for help. I've been there, I wore a uniform for 30 years, and yes, I had to ask for help, and I encourage you to ask for help, even you, Sheriff Davis, because if you're not mentally capable of taking care of yourself, you cannot take care of the citizens. That's a fact. Another thing is, I hope the county manager took all that down, I know she did, and look at a cost and we can see what it would cost to implement some of those things. But last but least, just thank you for coming here today, but again, guys, we gotta have a sheriff department that have people capable of doing the job. And it's a challenge. It's not easy. What you do, you can take it home every day. Not only that, I can tell you as a retiree, what you do, you can carry it with you for the rest of your life.
Thank you for your service as well.
Commissioner Webb?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Silver.
Thank you, Sheriff Davis, for your presentation. Long overdue. And I am glad to sit here and hear the details of what your department needs. I have one question. How much overtime?
Oh, I don't have that with me, but it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah, go ahead, but, I mean, if you can just, you don't have to be exactly on point, but the lack of having detention officers, the lack of having this staff that you need, how much overtime?
I know we have different officers that turn in 60 and 70 hours of overtime a month.
Wow.
And there's several, it's not just one or two, it's several. With these transports, with us being short, calling people out and everything else, 60, 70 hours of overtime a month.
Okay. And I am in full support of what your department needs. Okay. I was going to Warren County Court several months ago, and the officer had my cell number. And the officer texted me and said, "What time you coming to Warren County? Because we got your inmate here." This officer got my cell number because the officer I thought was working in Halifax County Sheriff Department. Now works in Warren County Sheriff Department. And when I got there, the first thing I asked her, "Why did you leave?" More money. More money. And this person had been with the Sheriff Department, I know, at least over 15 years, or more. So I know that what he's saying is a reality, and that's what we are facing. And we got to do everything we can to keep those individuals like that have been loyal, trained, and ready to serve, keep them in Halifax County. So again, I'm in support of your needs.
Okay. Anyone else? Commissioner Davis?
Sheriff Davis, just want to say thank you for coming and enlightening us today with the information you gave. From just being in this position, I've learned that some of those solutions that we think should be simple, it's not. There's a lot of things that we don't see. as a bystander, but once you get in this position, you will. So thank you for opening up our eyes to all that's going on and all that you do. I applaud you for being out there in those communities. You're in my community, and I can't tell, I mean, I've lived in that community all my life, and you're one of the first ones that I've said, I know the sheriff. And so I think that's important, building those relationships. And I too will do everything that I can to give your office and your department the support that it needs to continue to keep us safe here in Halifax County.
Thank you. And before the only thing I ask is we needed to start now, not the next budget year.
Outstanding.
And by the time the budget year, we'll see how it's working, maybe people all kind of back, ask for more.
That's right.
We need this now.
All right. You know, Sheriff, you were in my mind, it's a good way to hear from the county manager. We'll hear from her this time.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Sheriff. Thank you for your comments. You and I have had a lot of conversations about this.
Yes, ma'am.
I just wanted to make a few points, and then I have just a couple of quick questions, mostly for their edification, to make sure they understand everything. If you noticed when the other chiefs came up, staffing issues aren't going to be limited to the sheriff's office. And that's not faulting any municipality. And you can pay them all you want to pay them, but you don't have a good pipeline of people. So Commissioner Redding, to your question, it's a very good question about getting these young people in the pipeline to get some people on the shelf to choose. One question I have is with BLET, can you remind me how long BLET is now?
6 months.
6 months. Do you have to be 20 to go ahead and enroll in BLET?
No, you just have to be 20 by the time you graduate from BLET.
Okay, so technically you could get someone who's 19 and some change to go ahead and get into that program. And it has been reinstated at Halifax Community College, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And BLET is great, but I'm going to tell you one problem we have with BLET. People think law enforcement is what they see on TV.
That's true.
We hire people, and then they come out and do real police work and say, I had no idea it was like this. And they get out of law enforcement. I just had 2 deputies that just got out of law enforcement, and they were new to law enforcement because they have no idea what we do in real life. They think all bad guys comply. It's just wild what TV portrays what we really do. So, of course, we want what we call green nose pins. We want green people too because we can mold them how we want to. But we also want to be able to hire somebody that's been in it because we know they want to be in it.
Right. Right, law enforcement's quite difficult, and it's changed, I think you would agree, just from several years ago. The dynamics have changed.
Yesterday, yes.
Yes, they've changed. My next question to that is, certainly, we can have the conversation about non-sworn positions. I'm not sure if that is something you can or would want to offer to those that aren't 19 yet, to go ahead and get them in somehow. I'm not sure if that's what we can make work, but we can certainly have that conversation to get them in the door. I think the earlier we get them, the better, and that could help with getting into the career fairs and into the high schools and getting their attention before they get out and start doing something else.
Yes, ma'am.
So I think that's a really good option that we'll explore further. Another question I have is, well, a point to make, we've had conversations about IBC transports and the fact that they have tremendously increased with the 4th floor closing at ECU North. We've had this conversation about a private contract and what that might look like. If you can get me 1 or 2 counties that do it, and let's see if we can make that work, because that will take a lot of pressure off of your deputies to get it contracted privately to make those transports.
And I've been looking for companies, but unfortunately, most of them are on the western part of the state, with those sheriffs still with it, and there's not companies here that I've been able to find on the eastern part of the state that can do it.
It could be that it needs to be a conversation with these companies that they could consider expanding to the eastern part of the state. And it is the county's responsibility to transport, but for security purposes, it naturally falls to the sheriff's office. But the amount of transports you're doing are daily. They're transporting daily, and they're going all the way to the mountains and the coast. So I just want to make that point, that is an option that I think we should heavily explore that will help with your staffing pressures. then the final thing is, I know you're going to give me everything that you asked for as far as the raises and the increases for patrol side and the detention center side. What I will say to that, we'll crunch those numbers and I'll bring them back to you when I get them. And if you remember, we did the salary study 2 years ago. It brought us in line. But what I've said is you can't take your foot off the gas. Other agencies and other municipalities and other counties are doing the same thing because we did it too. And so you have to keep competing. And there are municipalities now that are having major financial issues because they did this and they didn't have a funding stream attached to it. So those are serious considerations that I want you to remember when we start talking about the financial impact of this. And I'm not discouraging that, I just want you to be eyes wide open. I just want you to be, everyone to be clear about what you're doing. I believe that's all my questions and comments, unless you had other questions to bring. But once the sheriff shares that with me, we'll run those numbers and I'll share them.
Okay, I think the county manager has given us some direction as to what she's going to do, and I see a nod here from all the commissioners really indicating that they're okay with that. And Sheriff, we're not talking about just, long term, we're talking about, what we can do right now, and also, going forward, that's what Ms. Denton is going to be looking at and consulting with you about it. And I know you will, but, just give her that information that she's asked for. And also, too, Sheriff, I want to kind of echo what some of my colleagues have already said. I mean, look, you're tremendous. I travel all over this county, and wherever I go, most of the time, Tyree Davis is there. And you know that. I mean, we go to churches and everywhere else, and you name it, we're there. And you're there. And also, too, I try to talk to you sometime, and you stop in the car on the road and say, Chairman, I'll call you back in a minute. I'm dealing with this person right now. And that has happened several times. So, you're out there with your guys, you're working, you're a working head sheriff. And we appreciate all that you do. And to the public and to everyone else who's on the agenda, I know it's a long presentation. I know it was a long presentation, but it was a well-worth long presentation for him to present to us and to you all, for you to hear, because it's important. They do a tremendous job in our community. So do all our other 500 employees. But I just think it was real important that we hear from you. And look, just thank you so much for all that you do, and your guys too, and your girls. At this time, we're going to take a 10-minute break. It's about almost 11:45, but be back in your places at 5 to 11.
It was intense.
our board, and so is Mayor Duffin. Thanks to your efforts, we appreciate that. Michael Ray's a big team, part of our team as well. I think I have another board member.
Okay, let's give him a hand.
Y'all can sit down. Okay, let's get this technology working.
Okay.
Blank screen. Okay, yeah. Okay. All right, so this is our annual report for 24-25. Okay, I always like to remind you of what our mission statement is. This is the same mission statement that they've had practically since 1987 when this organization was formed, and it is to promote the growth of tourism in Halifax County, which still works. It's very simple, but we have kept it so far. So I like to say that we work every single day to drive visitation to Halifax County, to tell the stories of Halifax County, and to improve customer service in Halifax County. Our funding is entirely driven by a 5% room tax paid by visitors who stay overnight in our accommodations. Let me be really clear, no local tax dollars are used in our efforts. What we bring in as occupancy tax is what we use to do what we do, and we are all very proud of that. In 2024, visitors to Halifax County spent $131.77 million. These numbers come from a study commissioned by Visit and See through Tourism Economics in collaboration with the U.S. Travel Association. This is a decrease of 2.1% from 2023, but still well above 2022. And we have a big analysis of why that's the case. We can look at that later if you like. The occupancy tax funds left by our short-term rentals surged by over 12%. The short-term rentals up on the lake and around the area, those are Airbnb and VRBOs, are increasing tremendously. Visitors spent $29.79 million in our lodging establishments, over $44 million in our food and beverage establishments, over $17 million in recreation, $10 million in retail, and over $29 million in transportation. Tourism isn't just about visitors, it's about our community. We're proud to have directly and indirectly employed over 2,000 individuals, providing job opportunities and stability for our county. Total payroll generated by direct employment in tourism in our tourism industry in 2024 was over $32 million. This is a lot of numbers, so just bear with me. State tax revenues generated by Halifax County totaled $5.51 million through state sales and excise taxes and taxes on personal and corporate income. $4.29 million in local taxes were generated from sales and property tax revenue from travel generated and travel supported businesses. Visitors living in Halifax County saved each taxpayer over $212 on their taxes in 2024. Hopefully that's the end of all the hard numbers. We are your destination marketing organization, and in 2024, Visit Halifax advanced a targeted marketing strategy to position Halifax counties as a premier travel destination. Our efforts emphasize not only attracting visitors, but also encouraging longer stays, deeper engagement with our county's diverse experiences. We reached over 352,000 in our paid and earned media. Building upon our reputation as a pet-friendly destination, we further amplify this message by spotlighting our pet-friendly partners.
That's real important now.
It's real important for everybody. Our social media channels are a core driver of our destination awareness for Halifax County. Across Facebook, Instagram, and X, we engage a community of over 26,000 followers daily, storytelling, photos, videos, and highlights. And these are some of our best performing posts. This program delivered over 4 million impressions and over 133,000 engagements, demonstrating the impact of consistent, high-quality content. Our overall Facebook impressions were up over 109%. Facebook followers increased over 29%, and Instagram followers increased over 50%. And we think a big reason for that is some of the new video content we're doing, so we're going to share one of those with you now. a lot better on phone. But people love video content. Billboards speak to our largest audience on Interstate 95. Our permanent and temporarily placed billboards reached over 253 million impressions last year. We co-op a lot with Visit and See. We could not do what we do without our partnership with Visit North Carolina. We work with them to be in magazines like Southern Living, Carolina Country, Our State Magazine, USA Today, The Travel Guide, Go Escape, Destination Reunions Magazine, the Hotel Coupon Books, Travel Taste and Tour. Our paid promotions last year reached over 68 million, which is pretty impressive for a CBB of our size. Our new ad in the North Carolina Travel Guide reached over 550,000 year-round readers. That's a year-round publication that lingers in doctor's offices and people's offices and homes and cars, most importantly. So we stepped up to the plate to talk about 2026 with a full page last year. Also, we focused on laying the foundation for America's 250th anniversary, which Michael Ray is going to tell you more about. Halifax County will play a central role in the celebration of our nation's independence. Some of the really exciting things we did is we worked with Our State Magazine to secure the cover of April 2026. We've worked with Visit and See to be on the cover of the North Carolina Travel Guide. We've worked with UNC TV to deliver statewide national television features about Halifax County. And we really worked on our media outreach. We do a lot of pitching stories, we call it. I'm going tomorrow night to a media mission with Visit North Carolina, and I'll be going to New York in November to pitch our stories about historic Halifax and how important that'll be in America's birthday celebration coming up to media writers. So hopefully we'll get some good news stories on that. We do a lot of sponsorship hours. We're very proud of that, sponsoring things like Harvest Days and all kinds of tourist events. We also have a little bit of our money that's allowed to be spent on projects. This year we were proud to be a part of the Roanoke River Restoration project, along with Michael Ray's help there, trying to help the striped bass population survive. We've built new sports facility enhancements with the city of Roanoke Rapids, and we also put a great deal of money into the new penguin exhibit coming to Sylvan Heights Bird Park in Scotland Neck. I already introduced our team to you, so we don't have to do that again. And the next slide that's kind of what last year was and what the numbers showed us, and this is a little something we're working on for next year.
You know those stops that aren't supposed to be a thing? They're just a place to stretch your legs without a bite. But then something ends up pulling you in. A friendly face, a museum you didn't expect, a plate of something fried and unbelievable. Next thing you know, you're sitting at night. That's Halifax County. The friends probably have a plan, and that's kind of magic. History. Not because last, but out in the open. It's totally unfortunate for the families. And even into the streets. This is your sign to get off the highway, to explore a trail you didn't existed, to see birds up close and personal, hang out on a lake with your buddy. Halifax is where kids can run free and grown-ups can breathe, where your budget goes forward and your day is free. There's no rush, just free to wander to wish you had one more day. So go ahead, take the turn off, make the stop, and hang out in Halifax County.
So hang out in Halifax County is just a little sign of something we're working on for next year for a new logo and a new marketing program. So more to come on that. But again, I just want to reiterate how important your support is with the board members that you appoint. They support all this programming and all this placement. So it's very important when it comes to you asking for new board members. I know we come right often, but we appreciate what you do for us there, and we appreciate our partnership with county management team and the county finance team. They really are a big help to us, and we appreciate all you do. Thank you.
Okay, with that being said, any questions of Ms. Madeline? If not, we just need to have a motion just to accept her report. Okay, motion made by Commissioner Silver, is there a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Webb. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Laura, on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, and I'm sure that all my colleagues echo this, thank you for all that you do for Halifax County, you and your staff. Y'all are tremendous. You know, when people go in there and see y'all smiling faces, and, you know, that's just pleasant. And the dog park is visited a lot, all the time. So anyway, thank you all for all that you do.
Thank you. We're proud to represent Halifax County. Thank you.
All right. Okay,
A
this,
couple of gifts for you in your room when you leave, just a little travel thing for you.
okay, for each one of the commissioners?
Yes, and the staff.
Okay, thanks. All right, this time we're going to hear from Michael Ray, who is the chairman of the Quincentennial Commission, and he's going to give us an update about the semi-quincentennial commission. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, staff, and citizens. It's an honor and privilege to be here today. A lot of times, people and, commissioners and town councils, they appoint commissions, and you never really hear about what's going on. So
Right.
we just kind of wanted to give you an update where Lori gave her annual travel and tourism presentation, and we want to kind of piggyback behind her what we're doing as a team. And it takes a team, and I like to thank Dale personally on behalf of the committee, she and Christine, what they do, keeping up the minutes, making sure we have the rooms, and their paid staff from the county, and also Laura, the travel tourism, and Captain Scott serving on that committee. And this commission, you all make the appointments. And so we meet about once a month, and so we started off, we had a lot of different subcommittees, and we kind of going different directions, and so we had to circle back that round, and so we kind of merged.
Right.
Probably 8 or 9 committees into 3. And so, of course, everyone knows when you come to the meetings here, there's so much work done behind the scenes by staff and other people getting the presentation when you come to a meeting, and you do go through the process. So our subcommittees try to do the work away, at their time, and so we try to get them to do that and come present it to us. So we've got some exciting stuff, April 12th, 1776, next year is the 250th year, everyone knows America, and also especially here in North Carolina, and of course here in historical Halifax. And so we're trying to engage and make sure people, not just here, but around the United States and around the world can see. And so a lot of our information is really important to get to Lori Mellon with Travel and Tourism so she can implement it. If people go to her social media full of Halifax County, the information's there on what's going on. And you really would be surprised how many people just pop in and go to Mead Mountain and go to Sylvan Heights and spend the weekend here.
Right.
So, there's some exciting things we got coming up. Historical Halifax renovations, which was funded by North Carolina General Assembly. One was the William R. Davey House. And so those renovations are very well on the way and almost complete. I think they're staging now. So the William R. Davey House ribbon cutting will be held Friday, December the 5th at 5:30 p.m. Historical Visitor Center is making steadily progress with the staff moving to the center in October. And so they're going to try to have a ribbon cutting and have like a event that night in which free to the public. So that's going to be very positive experience. And so, at the same time, the visitor center is being renovated now, and I think they opened it in 1976. Well, they built in 1976, but it was finishing up, and so, and I was a little young boy, so I participated, at the event, April 12th that particular year. And then, 50 years later, so good Lord's let me stay here and see it. And it's really interesting to me to be part of a team that's being involved, with the site, what's happening here in Halifax, and especially what's coming up. So the Halifax Resolve Day is going to be interesting because it's going to be Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And so the actual Resolve Day was on a Sunday. And so we've got different groups working through, and we're working through different groups. But on April 10th, the historical site will be open. There will be a ticketed dinner at the Inn and Hall hosted by the Royal White Hart Masonic Lodge. And so they've been very instrumental and involved also. On April 11th, the Historical Society will be open. The ticketed dinner will be sponsored by Friends of Historical Halifax, Historic Halifax Restoration Association, and the Semi-Quincentennial Commission with a free program of colonial dance and music to follow. Everyone knows, you want people to pay, but also you want to have free things to the public. And so that's a big thing that we're really trying to make sure things are able to come, the school children can come, the senior citizens come, other people, where they wouldn't have to take money out of pocket. So April 12th, the historical site will be open. They will host a colonial-style church service in the morning, followed by SLR program and a Halifax Resolve program in the afternoon. And at town of Halifax will host a concert and later show that night. And so Governor Josh Stein is penciled in at the present time to be the guest speaker that afternoon. And of course, you know, if we don't have a situation like we did in Western North Carolina or something happens, he's scheduled to come, which would be great for our community. And the other events, we kind of, we had our subcommittees to kind of think out of the box. So we're having a 250 poker run and for motorcyclists. And so 3 motorcycle rallies traveling through historical points around the county in October, December, and March. And so they're going to different historical sites. But one of the reasons we're doing, you know, the committee came up with that idea and the group agreed with it, is because we need some seed money.
Right.
To do some certain things. We're going to ask the commissioners or whatever. So we're doing that. And as I come down, you'll understand why. So we're having a church history presentation, and Dr. Florine Bale has been very instrumental in leading that charge, including a lot of churches that were around at that particular time, right apart. So that will be done at the Little United Methodist Church on October 16th, 2025. A oral history documentary in Weldon and ribbon cutting by Ralph J. Munt School, November 1st, 2025. Genealogy seminar at Halifax County Library on November 7th, 2025. And everyone, you know, knows genealogy is really important. And, you know, a lot of people don't know unless they research and think out of the box. You hear, I'm kin to this person, I'm kin to this person. So our group is really trying to push that to bring, you know, ancestry to the forefront for our community, other people to come with their history. And so so worship service and reception at Whitaker's Chapel in Enfield on December 14th, 2025. And Personal Freedom Halifax performance July 1st through the 3rd at the 4-H camp. And then we're going to have one also at Littleton. It's Center Amphitheater July the 10th through the 11th. And at a particular time, you know, we had the Personal Freedom, and it was out here at the amphitheater. And some funding was received, and that was able to get off the ground. And so the Personal Freedom presentation kind of backed off, and there's a question of who had the rights to play. And so we've gotten that worked out, and we've got a lady that serves on the committee that I really didn't know, but she had it. And so we were able to work with Warcraft School System, with their group that puts on performances there. And so that was a good thing where we can implement school children. And so the North Carolina Symphony Patriot Concert on September 18th, 2026, I'm sorry. So that's one of the reasons the funds that we're trying to raise with these events is because I think it's about $18,000. Is that about right? Can't imagine. It's about $18,000 to get them to come, and so we're trying to raise that money so we don't have to come ask the county commissioners. And so we're trying to do that, and so that'll be a good thing for the patriotic. And so kind of winding up, so the countywide American Birthday celebration in all schools, our educational group, so we're trying to promote red, white, and blue Fridays throughout 2026. And so that's one thing our school teachers will be involved, from our, our small children all the way to our seniors to understand. And also I-95, exits 168, 171, and 173. If you look around at the plantings of the flowers, that's going to be, like, I picked my mom up at the hospital. She goes 2 days a week to get IV, and they just opened up the front where people can come out and not go in. It made me wild and far. And I was sitting there waiting for it the other day, and I looked at those pretty flowers. Everybody knows it's harvest time now, those beautiful flowers. So people going up and down 95. So Kathy Scott's been working diligently with DOT and other people to try to make a great presentation there. And so Halifax 250 vanity license plates and challenge coins as fundraisers. We started off trying to get a license plate for your vehicle for your back, but we did not. Halifax Horizon was generous enough to put up $15,000 to get up to 500 license plates to kind of put the seed money there. and it really didn't get the traction that it needed. So we had to make a executive decision or committee or team decision. So if you the ones that were here, and at that particular time in 1976, the white license plate was on the front. So then we're going to try to get those, and they're going to try to get those at gift shops around here, so people can purchase those, and also online. And so also 250th commemorative program in partnership with Dale Hurl. And, in 1976, Dale Hurl did a big presentation, but you can go to archives where they can get that for you. So we're going to try to do the same thing with them. And of course, also the newspapers sell sponsorships, and so that's one thing is we're going to try to help them get people to buy sponsorships so we can get this and have it 50 years later. And so also a donation of a Revolutionary Era flag to the school. And so we're trying to raise some of that seed money to do that, where we can go to all the schools and Revolutionary flag. The mission is a team. And that's one good thing I would like to say, is being part of a team, it's not one person's decision. We all talk about it, we all have opinions, and we diligently go through, and sometimes we have, people talking over each other, and I know you're the chair, and I know the commissioners, you understand protocol. But one thing about it, sometimes we get people that are very compassionate, and we give to people respect, like Ms. Bale, she's doing her presentation, she's been preparing, and we try to let, like Ms. Bale and other people, the committee staff do the presentation, and then we start dialogue. And so sometimes, also the committee members are able to do by Zoom, but not able to be present.
Right.
So we try to be transparent, and we just wanted to come give the county commissioners, an update where we're at, where we're going. It's still fluid, still moving, but we're very excited what's coming in 2026, especially here at Halifax Resolve. And also the renovation is being done at the historical site. We are in line, give everything meets the specs, and that's really called the historical group and also the contractor really hard. We're going to try to have the Halifax Resolve document, the original document brought from Washington, and it has to be in a climate controlled room with security. And so the goal is to try to have it for 90 days. So school children and schools can try to plan to come see the document, which is very important for North Carolina, especially our community, and plus the United States. So, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for what you do. Thank you for giving me time to give you a little bit of update. And it's good to follow behind Lord Bethlehem, because Lord, and if you go around and look at these towns and look at these signs and look at the billboards and look at the national media we're getting, and PBS and other people coming in, people know where Halifax and Canada. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, you're exactly right, Mr. Ray. Just before you step back, are there any questions or comments from any of the commissioners?
I want to say, just thank you for your service on that committee and oversee as an advisement part. Will we be able to get a list of the dates that you just sort of shared with us?
Dia can get it to you. We're trying to have a conduit through Halifax County travel and tourism, because that's the best conduit. Instead of this one having one, this one having one. But Dia can get that to you, because, and that's one thing Lori will specify. She needs an ASCP as soon as we can get it, because people are preparing, and so that's the thing.
Anyone else? If not, it's no action need to be taken on this. Mr. Ray, as chair of the committee, and on behalf of the commissioners, we want to thank you for all your hard work. I know you have really, committees who really present to you all and who bring that information. And but I think you all are doing a tremendous job with that. And we look forward to that anniversary that's coming up. And but again, thank you for all that you do, and please express that to your members of the commission.
One thing about it, we have diversity all the way across the county.
Right.
And so that's a blessing, because we're trying to make sure all history is presented as we go along.
Okay, thank you. All right, at this time, we want to move to the next item on the agenda, Halifax, Northampton Local Reentry Council update. Dr. Owen Perry, who is the chair of the JCPC. Thank you for being here, Dr. Perry. And if you have any folks you need to introduce, feel free to do so whenever you feel like.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and County Commissioners. Our staff is passing our proposal for the Halifax and North Carolina. Thank you. Because I have our Vice Chair, Mr. Williams, with us today. Ms. Kathy Scott, who is so supportive of us with this capacity. Thank you all so much. Again, I am Dr. Warren Jr., the Chairman of the Halifax County Injury Council, accredited by the Health Department of Health Correction. We are in a dire place, transparently. We were awarded $250,000 by the NCGAC, being a reentry council where we are considered by the state one of the reentry councils of the 31 councils that are statewide. We are number 9, came into the state number 9. We were funded in February. In 5 months, we saved North Hampton County and Halifax County $750,000. We'll talk more about Halifax in a few moments and North County. The proposal that you all have is Halifax and North Hampton County. We have to service both according to the state because they're coupled us together. And as Sheriff Davis said earlier, we are in dire need. Our law enforcement, Halifax County Sheriff's Office, as well as the municipalities, are seeing a high rise of criminality. According to the state at this current juncture, we were at the state level, I do believe, last week or 2 weeks ago with Lady Stein, Secretary Pettigrew, Director Thrash, talking about reentry. And we're seeing some horrifying data concerning our county as well as our neighboring county. Halifax County is number 25 in the most non-violent, most violent criminality in the state. North Hampton County is number 9 in criminality. If the lay of the land at this current juncture, Halifax County has a caseload of 16,000 cases, which is competitive to Mecklenburg County. What the sheriff is saying is true, that they are on a reactive side and we are on a proactive side. Since our funding has been suspended by the state budget at this current juncture, and I'll get to the data in a few moments, we are seeing a horrifying increase of criminality. In the last 3 weeks, we have seen 9 of our participants. 2 have been murdered. 1 is a part of a kidnapping. The other ones we've seen that are on the register. So our recidivism rate is increasing tremendously and drastically. And the NCGAC asked us to do a preliminary approach to our counties for funding, emergency gap funding. With $250,000, again, we saved Halifax County $192,689. We have 86% of our caseload. In 5 months, we have a referral rate of 150 individuals. We serviced 70, we outsourced the remainder. North Hampton County was 32,000, which was 14% of the caseload, which is the first page. The state grant served both counties collectively. Halifax and North Hampton County operated as one council under state recognition, ensuring no citizen was left without access. These allocations are data-driven and reflect the actual caseload distribution track between February and August 2025. In 5 months, we weren't even accredited or we weren't even operative in a whole year, and we made remarkable strides. So much so that we're in the top 3 to be refunded as soon as the budget is approved by the state. However, Halifax and North Hampton County is in, again, dire need. We don't know when the budget will be approved, but our criminality is rising tremendously right now. Downtown North Carolina, Halifax rather, Long Rapids, is seeing 27 to 31 non-fatal drug overdoses per month. We don't have to cut on the living dead to see it. We're seeing it right now in our communities. And with the outstanding work of Ms. Kathy Scott, economic development, all of the tourism, what we saw, that's great, but it will not last if it's not rooted in a safe community. Last week, we had a massive shooting right in the heart of the city, right there by Little Caesars and Dollar General. One of our guys, And so we're coming because we need your support. We need your support beyond word, beyond applause. We're doing the work. We've gotten grassroots. We opened up a boarding house. We're attacking. There are 7 KPIs, key point indicators that we're following. One is transportation, other is housing, employment. We are proud to say in Halifax County, for Mr. Prince Williams here, we have a 99, in Northern Counties, we're a 99% employment rate. Everyone in our program is employed. Everyone, Halifax Linen, Teresa, and she can speak to that a little bit more. We also launched a pilot program with the DA's office and the Public Defender's office where anyone that comes through our program, we can get their cases readily dismissed if they follow the KPIs that we have. From the judges to county managers and to the municipalities, you name them, they are at the table with us. They're supporting us. We have the state Justice Anita Earls is on call. We're proud to say that she's supported with an expungement for 5 of our guys getting their records expunged, where one of them got a house built, one of them known as a home built, but he went to work with CSX, the train station, working with the railroad. So we're doing the work. We are in, again, dire need because of the emergency gap funding. Our staff pattern has been somewhat paused because we're dealing with technical assistance. We need technical assistance, and the North Carolina Department of Adult Correction is supported. We have a system called Unite Us. Unite Us is where we track our data, where we got the data we have presented to you all today. And so I'm going to go over real quickly the proposal for Halifax County. This afternoon, we will be presenting to Northampton County as well, asking for support. At this current juncture, from February to August 2025, the Halifax Northampton County Reentry Council surveyed 60% participants from Halifax County, representing 86% of the total caseload in our program. 99% employment rate. We had 25 to 35 graduate school completed individualized reentry plans, proving this program delivers measurable finish line success stories. Each graduate represents not only a life stabilized, but also a reduction in probation violations. We get referrals from the North Carolina Department, of course, of Adult Correction, Probation, and Parole. We get them from the DA's office, the Public Defender's office. We have those that come in off the streets. We work with pulse assessment. You all are seeing I believe Sheriff Davis really had our presentation somewhat from a reactive place. We are now seeing our staff, in order to have mental health services given, we're IBCing our people. That is a polite way to reincarcerate them. They're IBCing them. We're doing that. One of our staff, Ms. Tegan Everett, took driving doing personal work, taking them after hours. We had one gentleman that we were blown by with his caseload because of what he was seeing pertaining to the dynamic of some of the ailments. And a lot of what we're seeing is mental health related. An opioid crisis. We're seeing fentanyl. We're seeing it, and at the same token, with this, we're needing the county to come in as a preliminary measure so that when we go back to the state, we're able to say that the county is supporting as well as the state is supporting. We save $641,014 in incarceration cost savings, with the average cost of incarceration in North Carolina at approximately $35,000 per inmate annually. Diverted even a small number of individuals away from prison produces large taxpayer savings. Again, we're saving $748,000 taxpayers funding money. What we're seeing is for every dollar that is allocated to reentry services, $3.33 is saved from taxpayers' perspective. And so what we're dealing with is, again, a need. And whether you are with the elephant or with the donkey, it doesn't matter when you have a poacher that's destroying what we're building. And so we are in need of the support because, again, we're seeing, and no one at this moment, no one's safe. If you're looking right in the heart of Roanoke Rapids today, Scotland Neck is getting shooting. I got a call a few minutes ago, right down Madison Monroe Street, right behind. We're seeing this tremendously. And so we're coming asking, I know this is a proposal that you all can look over, and you all, of course, may not be able to make a decision today. But however, we would love to hear from you. Any question, comments, concerns, we're open to answer. You can go through it on the back page on page 26, I believe, of the pamphlet we gave. You're seeing that where Halifax County divides the profile, the Department of Justice release. This came out this year. And we're seeing where we are. And again, we are number 25 out of the 100 counties. Our neighboring county, Norton County, is number 9. However, at the same token, our caseload is tremendous. For our caseload to be said comparable of Mecklenburg County, which is Charlotte, it speaks volume. We're having discussions. Our name was brought up, our county was brought up at state level pertaining to our caseload, of saying that cases are not being moved, and those type of dynamics. So we are in need, and what we're doing is we are attacking recidivism, dealing with repeat offenders, and doing everything we possibly can to support with this initiative. And we need your support. That's what it boils down to. Bottom line, we need your support. We need the voices, we need the advocacy for our community, because gun violence is rising. We're seeing it. We're seeing it. Ms. Williams, well, she's the vice chair. Many of you all know her. She's been with reentry for years. So she can speak down to it dynamic as well.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Prince Williams, Turning Point Workforce Development Board. I'm serving 5 counties, but I'm also the vice chair for the Halifax and Northampton County Reentry program. This is my baby. I created it. And the reason it was created because of the crime rates that we are seeing in our area right now. Now, I heard the High Sheriff, and I understand everything that he's saying, because the same thing that he is seeing is what we see. And working together, we can make each other's job a whole lot easier. Some of you don't know what the LRCF is or what it's about. Let me just give you a couple of points. Local Reentry Councils. It's a program that is here in this county to help those who are coming out of the facilities and to try to keep them from going back into the facilities. Everyone that we touch at the LRC goes through proper training so that they are able to get back on the job and become self-sufficient. That's what this whole program is about. We deal with mental health, yes. And we see it just like the sheriff department, from the front hand point. It ain't that somebody is, got them on medication, getting them ready to go into the office. No. We get them straight on. And we have to know how to handle it. We deal with substance abuse. And that makes a difference. And I tell people all the time, I'm going to tell you what I know, I can't tell you what I don't know. But I know the LRC can bring down your crime rate because I've seen it done. I worked in Enfield for quite a few years. I had an office there. At that point in time, there was no LRC, there was nothing. I had people coming into my office and saying, I'm having problems going to work because of my background. Nobody wants to hire me. I never had a problem getting anybody to work. Never. It's never been a problem for me. I talk to companies, I explain to the situation of what individuals are dealing with, and they can be your best worker. I dealt with prostitution. I put a prostitute to work. The company came back and told me it was one of their best workers that they had. Gangbangers. And at that point in time, Enfield had about 3 or 4 gangs, as small as Enfield is. Was I afraid? No. Because I worked with those guys and I was honest with them. Because all they want is a chance. That's all they ask for, is a chance. And if we give them that chance, I guarantee you will see your crime rate come down. Now, in those years that I was in Enfield, there was no all this shooting going on. Nighttime drive-bys, all this type of stuff. You heard none of that at that point in time. When I left there, I brought a temp agency in to keep employment going. Things was running on track. But when the scaffold changed, the program changed. So we're right back to stage one. It makes a difference, y'all. It makes a difference. You know, we invest a lot in different programs. But let's invest in our communities for safety. We want to be safe for everybody. You know, it's bad right now. You know, people's afraid to go to the store. It's cutting back on our economic situations. If people don't want to go to the store because they're scared they'll get shot. So, I mean, it revolves, and all of this works together. So we are working closely with the Sheriff's Department, probation. All those individuals are working with us. And I can guarantee you one thing. There is no other LRC in this state that is running the way we run. Would not have the partnership that we have. We are the only ones. And this is not bragging, but it's just facts. Because we want to see our community grow, not go backwards. And with that being said, we put our people in training, and when I was talking about training, we have some right now that have been through forklift certifications. They have the OSHA 10. We're partnering with all the companies across the 5 counties. These guys are not just going in making $725 an hour. They're not making no $725. They're starting with 13 and up. We have some that is making $21 an hour. And they are calling us back and say, you know, I appreciate what you're doing. Even when they're out of the program, they call and check how we are doing. And so that just lets us know, give them a chance. Let them be able to build their families the way we build our families. And we have a better community. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. You all heard the plight of what's the need, and it's drastically rising. At the end of the day, I know that when individuals are released from being incarcerated, whether they are in different counties where they originally resided, they come right back to our community. And so we're doing everything we possibly can do to integrate our citizens, doing everything we possibly can do to support with this initiative. And again, they're our people, it's our community. I think what startled me more than anything was the mere fact that right there in Little Caesars, you stand outside and I'm driving by. The librarian out in Roanoke Rapids, she's our neighbor. The pastor of the House of Mandate right there on 339 Roanoke Avenue. She's ducking down on the ground with her son. And they're shooting broad daylight. Not long ago in Weldon, they had a broad daylight shootout there with assault rifles, military guns, militant rifles. And we all know the statement of bullets don't know names and all that stuff. But however, Sheriff Davis and his crew and all of what they offer is reactive. So once they get a call, they come. But reentry is also proactive. What would you do if you could eliminate it from even happening from start? That's reentry. We have a proactive measure, and we're going to do everything we possibly can do to make this happen. We do have a meeting again this afternoon with a proposal to have the county. Then October the 13th, we'll go into the state level. Secretary Pettigrew, Governor Stein, all of them will be giving a report pertaining to what we're doing with the county and where we're standing. And so if you have any questions, comments, concerns, I'm here. And whatever way we can do, we'll make this happen.
Okay, you finished, Dr. Perry?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to hear from our attorney, and there may be some questions from some commissioners, but Attorney Rollins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to apologize. First of all, I wasn't aware we were going to be asked for funding today. Had I been, I would have been a little more prepared with my questions about this, and I want to be clear. Do I understand that the state has suspended funding, so there's a shortfall that Halifax and Northampton County are being requested to bridge the gap in funding?
Yes.
And you mentioned something about if a budget is, is this funding going to come back?
Yes, so it's contingent on the North Carolina Department of Adult Correction, yes. The state budget does allocate the funding for reentry. It's supposed to come back. It's been suspended at the current juncture because, of course, the state budget is being held up. However, they're stating that the North Carolina Department of Adult Correction has a certain amount of money due to funding cuts, budget cuts, that money may not be able to come back to all the councils, but we are in the top 3 to be refunded, if so.
Okay, so, and maybe it's a good thing I don't know what I'm talking about, so I can ask the right questions, I hope. LRC is a state program out of the Department of Adult Corrections. Is that correct?
Yes.
So it is a function of the state Department of Corrections and a program to try to get reentry councils that are actually coming from a statute that created a statewide reentry. It's not called State Reentry Council, but it's something along those lines. On Friday afternoon, I tried my best to try to figure out how an LRC is formed and what it is. And let me say, first of all, why. If you're asking this board for $192,000 plus, this board can't do that with an outside entity unless we have a party we can contract with to provide that money to. It'd be a grant from the county to whomever, in this case, LRC. I don't understand what the LRC is. It's not a nonprofit corporation. It may be, and I don't know this, it may be a state agency. I don't know what it is. And these folks up here and the folks over back there know that every time I hear we want to spend money or give money to someone, my first question is going to be I have 2 questions, and I already know what it is. One, can we as a county do what that entity is doing? Do we have authority to do that? If we do, good. If we don't, not good. And the second question is, what is this entity we're dealing with? Is it someone that can actually sign a legally binding contract concerning our public funds as grant funds? And I don't know the answers to that yet, and I don't expect you, Dr. Perry, to know that either. But that's going to be my struggle, is to understand why it is the counties are being asked to fund a state program, which is what it seems to be to me. I'm not saying it isn't something that's worthwhile or worthy. I'm just saying that is something we always have to get around when we get a request for funds and it's not a county program it's not in our budget. And it's something outside of what we normally do. So I'm going to have to struggle with that. I wish I had known this was going to be a request for funds because I would try to know more about it. What I'm going to need to know is exactly who, I mean a name and a phone number or an email address, who at the DAC is the person I need to talk to about just what is the legal arrangement between the state and the local reentry council, and who are we contracting with if we're going to provide this funding? I will need to know that. If I can't figure that out, I won't be able to sign off on this.
Sure, that makes sense. The reentry council is a network of local individuals for the county. However, we do have what they call an IA, an intermediate agency, that we're contracted with, but we can discuss that a little bit later if need be. I do know that you can speak to Monica Artis, you can call Secretary Pettigrew, you can call as far as Lady Stein, who supports it, to give an overview of where we are and what it entails of. Our point of contact has always been Monica Artis. She's come to meetings. Ms. Kathy Scott has been. Mr. Thomas Everett there has been. I think Mr. Webb is familiar with it. So there are individuals that are familiar with it. The infrastructure of it. This is a preliminary approach for us before October the 13th. so that when we go back to the state, we can say we did go to the county and at least ask and support with that. We were awarded the funding because, again, this is a preliminary approach. Northampton County also, we're going to them as well, and they're much further familiar. I do know that we haven't had a few county, I think Commissioner Redding has talked a little bit, Commissioner Webb is familiar, Commissioner Bryan is a little bit familiar with reentry and this initiative. They're asking us to continue asking the county, even though the state has required this as a state funding, reentry is a local network of individuals that come together. If you look on page 25 of your proposal, it gives you the outline of it as well. The local reentry member councils, statewide reentry coordination, it gives you kind of an outline of it. And I can send a more detailed formality for you if need be.
It will be needed. I will have to speak to someone, probably someone in the AG's office associated with DAC about just what is the legal entity. I do not understand what an LRC, what a local reentry council is. I don't know what kind of legal entity it is.
Sure.
I don't know that it's someone who can sign a binding contract.
Sure.
I doubt it. So it may be that there's some, you mentioned, I don't know if you said intermediary, I didn't quite catch you said, AI or IA?
Intermediate agency.
Okay, that got my attention. I need to know who that is.
Sure.
Again, I'm writing names down, but I'm telling you right now, you cannot go on the website and find how to contact these folks. So if you got a number,
Yes, sir, you can.
you need to get that number to me.
So you can Google it right now, and it'll come up, Halifax, Logan County, it will come up, we're number 9 on the state, the NCDAC page. However, I'll get all the protocol for you, so you will be secure in your thought pattern concerning the county.
Yeah, I see Ms. Wills behind you taking notes, so she'll probably be able to assist you with getting that information, to us.
Sure.
Yeah.
The other thing I'll say, and this is for the benefit of the board, this sounds like to me the state's coming up short and they want you to make the gap. And that's entirely up to you if you've got a legal authority to do that. And maybe in some very broad language about social services, providing social services, that's where we land. But Christina, you know what I'm talking about. We've got grants right now that we put out there, and we make sure we've got legal authority to spend our public dollars on what we're being asked to support. And I need to be sure we've got that authority.
Sure.
Okay. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. And the thing about it, Dr. Perry and Ms. Williams, you heard the concerns coming from our attorney. Just jot that information down and get back with us and probably the county manager and provide that information, if you will. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners?
I just wanted to add, we had a very progressive meeting at the community college about 2 weeks ago that included several key stakeholders, including the community college, as well as others who are doing great work out in the community to not only provide opportunities for people, but also to help people to understand what's available to them, to help them become employed, to get their GED, to get to appointments, to apply for jobs. So I was thankful that they held a meeting at the college during the workday so I could be available to attend and learn more about the great work JCPC is doing.
Okay, all right.
I just would like to say thank you, Dr. Perry and Ms. Williams, for coming and your team for sharing the information with us. I was unaware of this would be a proposal. I just thought it was more of a receiving information about your all services. But I also serve on the board, the Trillium Board, and I know they have a reentry program and they work with mental health. So I was just wondering, are you all in partnership with Trillium? And if so, can you describe that type of partnership?
We just had, Ms. Williams, you want to speak to this, meeting with Trillium last week? Ms. Williams can speak to that.
you and one of our partners that we're working with as far as mental health, substance abuse, and all that is concerned. Unfortunately, our mental health system is screwed. Let me put it that way. So, Trillium can help in some capacity, but where they cannot, we have to go through. They give us other agencies that we can use as far as the mobile unit and all of this contact.
Okay.
So they have been on our board.
Okay.
One of the things that, the reason that we have to ask for funding is because we have to be self-sustaining. State, yes, brings down the money, but they tell you that, we're giving you this money, but we don't want to be your only funder. You have to become self-sufficient. You have to get other partners at the table in order to keep your program going. Because as we see right now, something like this can happen, where they fall short, and it makes us fall short. But that's one of the reasons of the LRC and becoming self-sufficient.
Thank you.
All right, you finished? Okay, anyone else? Okay, so I think we know what the plan going forward is, you all just need to get back with us with some information. But thank you for your presentation today, okay? Okay. All right, at this time, we're going to move to the next item on the agenda. We're going to hear from Dr. Eric Cunningham. Update on Halifax County Schools, new pre-K-8 school at Eastman. And I think he has a guest with him as well.
Go back down for me, Mahalia. I'm always excited to tell y'all the Lighthouse story and what we're doing in Halifax County Schools. I bring you greetings from the Halifax County Board of Education, Chairman Bryant, Vice Chairman Richardson Davis, Board of Commissioners, Dia, you and your team. And before I begin, I just need to give a big shout out to my team, Dr. Tyron Battle, the Assistant Superintendent. And then right over there in the corner is Ms. Mahalia Carey. She's our Public Information Officer. She also serves as my designee on the Halifax 2 District. Right. So if you ever see her out there, she's out there doing the good work. When I look at that, I say to myself, if my mind can conceive it and my heart can believe it, then I know I can achieve it. So what began as a bold vision years ago is now becoming a tangible reality. As you know, we always try to do things in stages in Halifax County. So I just want to take you back to go up a little bit more, man. That planning and preparation stage. You know what happened to us in 2009. Eastman closed its doors. While it marked the end of one chapter, it also planted the seed for the future. Then you hired me in 2016. And during that time, we quickly began the dream about rebuilding Eastman. In fact, our first board retreat in August of 2016 centered around this vision. We knew that the growing needs of our community and students would require a brand new facility. So in June of 2018, we outlined a clear vision. If my mind can conceive it and my heart can believe it, then I know I can achieve for a school. This vision was built on the idea of not just constructing a building, but creating a space that would impact the 21st century learner. So in the summer of 2019, our design workshops began, bringing together everybody, even small group meetings with our Board of Commissioners, community members, and architects to plan what would become a state-of-the-art K-8 facility on the western part of our district. These workshops set the foundation for what we are actually witnessing today. We planned, we scheduled it. So as we move forward, we made it a point to involve the community at every single step. From board presentations to small group meetings, we wanted every voice to be heard. Then our next stage was funding and groundbreaking. You all remember in 2022, we made that big, significant progress with the approval of our needs-based grant application by both the Halifax County Board of Commissioners and the Board of Education. This grant turned the whole thing into a reality. And then in December of 2022, we held the groundbreaking ceremony, marking the beginning of a new chapter. This was a moment of great pride in our county, and it signified our commitment to our students' future. So then, we had to go through the first stage of demolition. We had to take down the old school, and that was heartbreaking. That was a time of change for us. And then we had to move from demolition to underground. We had to start preparing the underground and the foundation. And as you can see, here's some of the pictures of what was happening. Out of the dirt, out of the sand. And then once we got the vertical stage under control, we moved to the vertical stage, and that is the time when we had our groundbreaking, another moment in our vertical stage, and that's when the walls started coming up in the dirt. And you started to see the walls rise. The steel framing started to take shape. And the vision we had been discussing for years finally became a reality. This was celebrated by our topping out ceremony, marking the completion of the building's highest structural point. And now, I'm pleased to say, Mr. Chairman, that we are currently in the finishing phase. We're getting ready to cross the finish line, y'all. We are currently in the finishing phase of the project. Crews are hard at work completing finishing that will bring life to the learning spaces. It is our best hope that on July 29th of 2026, we will have hit that substantial completion. And we'll start moving in. So we are now there. So as we near the completion of this new building, we are creating not only a modernized, safe, and inclusive learning environment, but a place where students will be inspired to learn, grow, and dream big. Each of you have a one-pager in front of you that just gives you the highlights of this new building. Thank you for your time to share with you what we're doing now.
Okay. Any questions or comments of Dr. Cunningham?
I saw something about an apprentice program that involved the youth.
Yes. If you go back, Mahalia, we always try to connect everything to learning, teaching and learning. So we've actually, if you, right there, you'll see the junior contractors program. We brought all the 4th and 5th graders out there for on-site learning. We put them in hard hats, vests, and they learned some things out there on-site. classroom application. Each student received a STEM kit. And we had a building competition. And so they were given some popsicle sticks and some other things. And they were challenged to go and build their own structure in their own classroom. And then we went out there and we evaluated. And you should have seen our kids be creative, but they had to follow all of the planning stages. Some didn't work, but all we did was encourage them. If at first you don't succeed, you try again. And we just saw some very good things. So let's just quickly look at that real quick. This is the application of learning. So they had to design it first. They had to plan their structure. So they all have a notepad. So they draw it out, then they build it, then they evaluate it. Then they had to put something on top of the roof to see if it would hold. And then if it didn't, they had to go back to their pad and reevaluate and determine why, and then go and reconstruct it again. And that was our junior contract.
Just about the challenge was how hands-on it was. Instead of just learning, we actually got to do the work and see the results. The best part of this challenge was getting to be creative. It wasn't just about following instructions. We had to think outside the box to come up with solutions. Building this structure was like solving a puzzle. Each piece had to fit just right. We had to problem solve to make sure it stayed standing. At first, the challenge seemed difficult, but as we worked through it, I realized how much I could learn by simply trying things out.
Learning by doing.
This challenge was like being a real contractor. We had to think about the technology and how to make sure the building could stay strong. This challenge showed me how to bring ideas to it together. When we faced problems, we brainstormed a team and came up with a solution. I never realized how much planning goes into the construction. We had to think about everything from the foundation to the final touches. It was challenging, but also really fun. The tools help us double check our work and make changes that make a big difference. Documentation ideas from our classmates and everything goes smoothly. We work together and everyone starts slowly. We had to test our designs over and over. If some things don't work, we can try a new approach and get it.
This challenge was a cool experience. It taught me how to take risks, experiment with new ideas, and not be afraid to make mistakes along the way.
Proud of our kids. The reason these are the kids that actually will be going to that school.
Right.
We wanted them to take part in it.
Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Cunningham. Any questions of Dr. Cunningham or comments? If not, Commissioner Barrett.
So, just so I'm clear, you're planning on this being open next school year? And you don't see any delay?
Well, there are factors I can't control.
I know, but as of right now, you
Right now! Yeah, but you know, we call them waves, you know. We call them waves.
Okay, that's all.
That's it, but you can always go to our Halifax County Schools webpage, and you will see a page called Under Community, and you'll see the Rebuilding Eastern tab. That's where all of my updates will be.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Cunningham, and thank you, Dr. Bell, for being here. Appreciate all that you all
I
do.
do have one question. Dr. Cunningham, what are your plans to keep the junior contracting program going after the construction is over with?
Well, I always like to bring our students around construction sites to teach them and to motivate them that there are other opportunities out there than you know, before-year college. So we always connect them to the learning. So you'll always see them around boilers and other things that we have going on in the division.
Thank you. Okay. All right, appreciate y'all. Next, we're going to move to, and then then we're gonna take a break after this. We're gonna move to broadband update, from Ronald Connect 5. We're gonna hear from Sarah Tinkin, Grants and Compliance Coordinator. Thank you for being here.
Hello, thank you so much for having us. It's afternoon now, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Before I get started, I just wanted to commend this board as well as the staff. I do these presentations throughout the year in all of our counties that we represent. And I have to tell you, coming to Halifax County and hearing about everything that you all have going on, you guys have a lot to be proud of and a lot of good things that you're doing for your citizens, for the community, whether that's through your tourism, whether that's through just your general day-to-day operations. You have a lot of good things going, and I know sometimes with those good things, you have a lot of challenges too. It's a double-edged sword, it really is. But I was really happy to serve Halifax County and be just a small part of what you all do every day. In order to maximize the use of our time, I know you guys have been in a very long meeting and you have a lot of information to absorb and decisions to make. We are going to make sure we maximize the use of your time here with our presentation. So I'm going to go ahead and start, and I believe I do page up and down on this system. This thing likes to be low enough, so.
Computer shut down.
And if I just need to use the printouts, I can't. The technology doesn't want to cooperate.
I think we all do have the printouts before us, so we can go with the printouts, that's fine.
I'll go ahead and
Let's
get started.
turn to your printouts, please. All right.
So I'm going to actually get you guys started on the legislative updates page. It should be slide 5 in your printout.
Okay.
Ultimately, we just want to give you a quick update on what is going on the federal and state level when it comes to broadband. You all may be aware that the BEAD program has officially kind of wrapped up as far as applications are concerned. We did want to let you all know we did apply for BEAD funding for Halifax County as well as the other counties listed. We do have a conditional award for those, and of course, the NCDIT did have to present their recommendations to the NTIA, the National Telecommunications and Information Administration. So they did have to present those back in early September, I believe, the 4th of September. So we should have more news, hopefully by the end of the year, or maybe 1st of 2026. Other than that, we did also complete TAB Round 2, the second funding year for that. And again, we did receive some awards, including an award for Halifax County. So, and later on in the presentation, I will give you the construction update and everything that's going on with those particular projects. Moving on, we did want to just give you guys a quick heads up of the different things that we are doing in Halifax County that are not related to fiber, that are more related to our community dedication to each of the counties that we serve. So we did just look at the Roanoke Rapids gazebo there at the Parks and Rec office down there downtown. We did repaint that as well as did some beautification of their town council chambers building outside. We always love to get out in the community and do these one-day projects. Usually funding is strapped and usually manpower is also limited, so we always try to find projects that that we can have a small impact on, and with this particular project here, the gazebo, it's actually home to a lot of weddings and reunions and concerts and things that they do during the summer. So we were happy to be a part of that. We are always looking for other nonprofits or other organizations that may have similar projects that our staff could be a part of. So feel free to send those names our way. I do have my contact information on the last slide. We also are proud Lifeline program participants. We are hoping that eventually there will be a successor to the Affordable Connectivity Program, the ACP program, that offers the $30 benefit to those who qualify on their broadband service. But for now, we are offering the Lifeline benefit of $9.25 off per month for their internet service with us. And again, we have the ability to partner with all sorts of different organizations, sheriff, police, fire, and ambulance. We do work with schools and libraries through the E-rate program, county administration buildings, so we do have that capacity. Kind of diving into the construction side of things and really the good stuff that all of your constituents will call about and wonder when internet will be in their area. Currently in Halifax County, we have built 133 miles of fiber. We have another 300 miles of fiber planned for 2026. And not only do you have me today to talk about some of that, I do have my Director of OSB Construction here, Mr. Adam Newsom. So if you have any specific questions that I can't answer, he can be here to do that as well. Our first project update, we wanted to let you know that we have completed the Roanoke Rapids West project. That was 5,535 homes and businesses passed, and this was all completed in December of 2024. Again, another completed project that we have is Roanoke Rapids Southeast. That was also completed at the end of December 2024, and that's an additional 4,530 homes and businesses passed. And for anyone that may not know what passings are, that basically means there are, when it comes to the hard fiber, that means folks have access to our service, so think about access when it comes to how many passings that we have listed. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean they have our service, but they have the ability to connect to our service. And we now have the Halifax Northwest project, HX04. This is actually a little unusual for us, but this is going to be an all underground build. Normally we use aerial fiber lines on the power lines, but for this one we're doing underground. That'll be a total of 2,490 home and business passings, or about just under 100 miles of actual fiber. That will begin, that particular construction project will begin in early 2026 with a wrap-up date of towards the end of 2026, so in the fall. Are there any questions so far? I know I'm kind of running through this.
Now, that says, I may not be reading this right, it says start date winter 2026, completion date fall 2026.
Oh, that's a typo there. I meant to put in early of 2026, so January, February, and there are some...
Technically, that's winter. Technically, January, February is winter.
Moving on to the Halifax Central Southeast project. We do have some design work that we're still waiting on, but it kind of just gives you a pictorial view of kind of all those different red lines where the fiber will be located. Ultimately, we plan to start construction there in February of 2026, and hopefully that'll be wrapped up no later than the end of October of 2026. And then, of course, just like with the new school that your superintendent was talking about, all of our work is based on contractor availability when it comes to construction. So there are episodes where these timelines do have to be adjusted. I will say for last year, a lot of our projects due to Hurricane Helene we had to extend the timelines. It's never something we like to do. It's project-wide, it's not just Halifax County. There are some times where we do have to extend our timelines out a bit. The next one I have is the Halifax Central or Southeast. We plan to start construction there in February and finish up in October of 2026. That'll be 230 miles of fiber and just under 3,000 home and business passings. And then other than that, I do have, on my very last slide, I do have my contact information. Again, my name is Sarah Kinkham, and I do have a new phone number there. We've had to switch our phone system here, but I do have my new phone number, and my email address is the same. I'm always around for Halifax County, as well as all the other counties that we serve. Again, I do have Adam Newsom here if you have any particular questions for construction, but otherwise, we're glad to have been here, and we're excited for you and everything that you all have going on here. It's been a really, really good meeting.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Davis.
I do have a question. Thank you for being here and sharing the information, because this is, we get this a lot from our constituents, when is it coming, when is it coming? So from the maps that you shared, it looks like your 5 is covering mostly of all of Halifax County at some point in time.
Between the different grant projects and the grant areas that we have been awarded and the ones that we have applied for, we try to cover as much as we can.
So that's a little bit different from, I guess, when we started out, because I thought, my understanding was that we had like 4 different providers and they all had a section, so this is sort of the first, is this a change, correct? Or if I'm
They just, those other providers cover different pockets.
Okay.
It's the way the NCDIT releases the grant. So you get, and it's not the best way, in my opinion.
And they don't
You get
overlap.
a grant,
Yes, they don't want us to overlap.
the right side of the road, and then 2 months later, you get another grant to serve the left side of the road. Well, when we build down the road, you don't want to make the members on the left side get upset, because we try to build both, because it's the most economic way to do it. Oh, but yes, we've won grants from all the way up to the lake in Halifax County, all the way down to Scotland, Enfield, your southwest of White County, so, and we got aggressive dates, it's all grant money. And, I know the talent will be done in October, but we actually, shoot to be, done before that time. So when we get boots on the ground, we'll be rolling.
We prefer to over-deliver when we can.
And right now, we're really going through all the permits, the state permits, your 16.2, your regular permits, rail permits, rail permits can be a major hold-up. Camera permits, that's anything along your lakes, your waters, that's stuff that's got to go to Raleigh, and they got to look at it, and it can take 6-8 months, so. All the permits, another big. We're good there.
Okay, any other question, Commissioner Davis? Okay, Commissioner.
I got a question.
No, I don't have.
Okay, Halifax Northwest, what area is that actually? This map is kind of,
That's, let's see, it's certainly a Littleton.
okay.
So it's be north of Littleton, south and east of Littleton.
And is your site, if you go online, can you Google and pull up this map a little bit better?
I don't know, because we're in such early design zone, I don't know if we have it on our website, but we will have it. If not, I can send you guys a web page of our mapping system, that allows you to zoom in and go through. I'll be glad to send that to you. Give me an address.
Yeah, usually once you have those designs that they're in more of a stable format, we do send those off to our customer support folks, and anytime anyone calls into our 5 phone number, they're able to see by their address. We're able to tell them a better idea of when service will be available for them.
Thank you.
I lied, I did have one more question.
Okay, all right, Commissioner.
Do you have, does 5 have a office in one particular, that people could go into to talk with you as well?
Well, we don't have anything that is customer facing, but you feel free to use my contact information. I field calls fairly often for folks that are trying to, sometimes it's good to know somebody on the inside kind of thing. But we do have an office in Rich Square, and we also have another out in Chowan County.
And if they're in Rich Square, feel free to stop by. I'm there daily, so I'll be glad to talk to anybody.
Okay, Commissioner Barrett.
And I've said this, I think every one of the groups have come in with the same thing. If you guys need anything, be sure you relay it. If you have a problem with Dominion for power poles, or you're having problems with anything that's holding you up,
Yeah.
you be sure you let let us know, and we will do what we can, because like Ms. Davis said, this is important to our county, we want to see it done, and we want to see it done as quickly as we can, so.
And we want to get to the rural customers, it's really for the rural folks, so, that's a whole different playing field. People in town they either got Bright Speed or Spectrum or some type of internet.
Well, like I said, if you get held up in anything, like, permit stuff like that, Chairman Bryan, he knows everybody.
Well, Dominion is Dominion, so we decided on the last few bills, we're finishing up Hereford, Northampton, and we're going to just go on. Dominion project is best. In some cases, this is going to long term, if you have a hurricane, God forbid, you don't have to wait for them to put up their power and then put up your stuff. So, it's a little more.
Wait, I just want to put that out there. If you hear anything to hold you up, we're here to help.
Well, and that's another main reason why we do these presentations. We want to make sure not only that you guys can put names to the company brand, we also want to make sure that you know that and reassure you that just because our timelines may stretch out a little bit, it does not mean we've forgotten you. It does not make us any less committed to your projects. So we know that in this area, broadband providers and internet providers have let folks down, and it makes it tough to trust new ones. So we're here for you all as well. We really appreciate it.
Yeah. And we need the funding too. That the NCDFT funding, it makes it up. So, and we got funding for this, so,
All right, any other questions or comments?
Just a second. Sarah, you do come out to communities, because I'm looking out, we got 2 community leaders here, just for areas that you may serve. So if they reach out to us or reach out to you, you'll be able to come out to some of their community meetings.
Absolutely. I do those fairly often, and we love setting up tables at the local events. We just did a parade on Saturday. We love to be a part of these communities.
You heard that, Scooter?
Whether it's setting up a table, providing a sponsorship, whatever it is, we've done a lot of it. So
Thank you.
we're happy to do it.
It's very good. Okay, anything else? If not, thank you all so much. Appreciate all that you're doing. And thank you for your comments earlier, too, when you first approached. We're going to take a break till 12, it's 12:25, we're back at 12:40 in your place. All right, this time we're going to move to item G on the agenda, Register of Deeds 2023-24 Physical Report. Krista Evans, our Register of Deeds, she's here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. If you guys will look at the flow chart that I sent over to you guys, and it also has the 5 previous years for the physical years on that chart as well. So the top chart gives a total comparison for the 5 physical previous years, and the bottom chart shows a total revenue with monthly breakdowns collected for the 23-24 fiscal year. And I can give you an explanation of those figures. The fiscal year of 2023-24 revenue total was $544,681.50. This revenue was generated by 5 different sources. The vital records totals included all certified copies issued at a total of $73,140. These fees came from issuance of 3,626 birth certificates, 3,155 death certificates, 533 marriage licenses. Certified copies of vital records are $10 each. We issued 152 certified certificates at no charge for a person 62 or older per statute in active duty military. Our recording fee total was $134,046. This was received by the recording of 4,667 real estate documents and 129 survey maps. The excise for revenue stamps total is $318,846. $10,620 was collected by the issuance of 177 marriage licenses at $60 per license. Miscellaneous revenue included photocopies and notary public oaths and any other revenue items. So the total for the miscellaneous revenue was $7,894.75.
Okay, that concludes your report?
Yes.
All right, any questions or comments of Ms. Evans?
I just want to thank Ms. Avens and her staff. I brought several students by my criminal justice students to learn about record keeping, as well as how your office relates to the criminal justice process. So thank you all for always being so welcoming and going above and beyond to show us the files.
Okay, any other questions or comments, Commissioner Silva?
Since I'm still learning, what's the miscellaneous revenue? What does that mean it's made up of?
Like our copies, like when people come in to get photocopies, when they're doing genealogy or copies of deeds of trust, real estate, all of that.
Thank
That miscellaneous revenue, that's not included with the recording fees.
Thank you, and I notice we got less people getting married apparently. Thank you, Ms. Ava.
Okay, any other questions or comments? If not, we do need a motion to accept the Register of Deeds annual report for the fiscal year 23-24.
So moved.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Silva, second by Commissioner Barrett. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda, Halifax Detention Center Amendment. We'll hear from our illustrious Assistant County Manager, Mr. Thomas Everett.
Mr. Chairman, Board of Commissioners, County Management staff, last but not least, friends and family. I stand before you today to talk about the updates on the detention center and our need for an amendment for our contract for the Halifax Detention Center. Those who are requesting an amount not to exceed over $50,000. Within your packet, you'll see the breakdown of what we need, the surveys, and the fire flow testing, and how much each will cost. If we could get a motion pass for the amendment or the contract, and we also complete the next phase.
Okay, you've heard the information coming from Mr. Everett. Any questions or comments? If not, I need a motion to that effect.
Can I Just to clarify, if I may, there are actually two things here. One is an amendment to the Mosley Architects contract to add some additional services, which Thomas outlined for you. Some of that work has already been done, and some is still to be done. But the other item attached is, and Thomas, you have been coming to this, so if I'm stepping on something, tell me to stop. There's an amendment to the capital project ordinance that we already have in place for this project. If you approve the amendment to the architect's contract, we also need to have you appropriate additional funds from the general fund in the amount of $50,000. Charles, I wasn't on. And add that to the capital project ordinance, which is the second item that's attached to your agenda. That would raise the current total in the capital project ordinance from $573,750 to $623,750. So I just wanted to be sure we have that done as well, so Mary can make the payment on this contract amendment. Thank you.
Okay? Anything? Okay.
What is the motion again that's needed? I'm sorry.
It could be, you can do a separate motion on the contract with Mosley Architects, and then a separate motion to adopt the amendment to the capital project ordinance.
Okay, so it's two motions.
Yes.
Two motions, okay.
I make a motion to approve the changes to the Mosley contract.
Okay. All right, contract amendment. All right. Is there a second? Second. Motion made by Vice Chair Davis, second by Commissioner Webb. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, like sign. Okay.
And we need an action on the amendment to the capital project ordinance.
I also make a motion to make an amendment to the capital project ordinance.
Okay, motion made by Vice Chair Davis. Is there a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Webb. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay. Is that it? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next item, resolution to amend the Halifax County personnel policy. We hear from Kristen Shotwell, our HR Management Director. Come on, skip one. Oh, I did skip one, I'm sorry.
Scott, you're very patient.
Mike, I love you. We heard from Mike Scott, I'm sorry about that, it's public hearing on the budget amendment for the Lincoln Heights project. Mr. Scott, come on up and talk to us, and then after that, I'll read the statement about the public hearing. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
I think you just enjoy sitting out there.
I'm used to, whenever you call me, that's when I'll be here. Mr. Chairman, the purpose of this public hearing is to inform the residents and citizens of Halifax County of an opportunity to get an actual increase in a grant award that the county has from the North Carolina Department of Commerce Rural Economic Development Division for your 2020 CDBG neighborhood revitalization project. The county was notified in the past 6 or 8 weeks that there were funds available from the Department of Commerce for active projects that were still underway and that had a need and could demonstrate a need for additional funds. We took a look at this and submitted a letter, you submitted a letter, Mr. Chairman, describing the needs for additional funds. We've received a conditional verbal approval of these awards contingent on the conducting this public hearing today. I think you probably got a copy of the letter that was sent. What we estimated is a total of $200,000 additional 100,000, what we're estimating would go towards the neighborhood facilities activity, which includes the Lincoln Heights Community Center construction, design, and construction. And then 100,000 towards rehab, which includes items such as demolition, which you've already awarded that contract, and the replacement housing for the 2 units in Lincoln Heights. Once this public hearing is completed today, we'll submit the minutes of the public hearing and the action taken to the Department of Commerce, and we would look to have their response in writing.
Okay.
I'll be happy to answer any questions.
All right. With that being said, any questions or comments? If not, I'm going to read the opening statement for the public hearing, after which we'll officially open the public hearing for any comments from the public. Opening statement for public hearings. Public hearings are held for the purpose of receiving comments from the public regarding a specific subject. Those persons desiring to speak will give their name, their physical address, their phone number, and the name of the organization they are speaking for, if that is applicable. We request that each speaker limit their comments solely to the issue at hand and not direct comments towards specific individuals. In the interest of time, please do not repeat facts or issues covered by previous speakers. If you wish to comment, you should express your opinion on the subject matter and give the Board of Commissioners an understanding of whether you favor or oppose the issue being discussed. The Board of Commissioners values and appreciates the opportunity to listen to the citizens of Halifax County and respectfully request that above guidelines be followed. With that being said, can I get a motion from the Commissioners to open this public hearing?
So moved. So moved to open the floor for public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Vice Chair Davis, second by Commissioner Redding. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, anyone who wishes to speak, please do so at this time.
Seeing nobody came up, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Byrd. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Silver. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay, now we're going to Kristen Shotwell, Human Resource Management Director. She's going to talk about resolution to amend the Halifax County Personnel Policy. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I come before you this afternoon to request an amendment to Halifax County Personnel Policy. So for approximately the past 20 years, statute has authorized boards of county commissioners to subject employment applicants to a criminal history record check conducted by the State Bureau of Investigation. But as of October 1st, 2025, statute was amended that local governing boards must require applicants for positions that involve working directly with children to undergo a criminal history record check conducted by the SBI. So a resolution has been provided in your agenda materials requesting that the following language be added to the personnel policy, Article 5, under Section 5.6, under the current subheading of pre-employment criminal background checks. In compliance with General Statute 153A-94.2B, if the position being filled requires an applicant for employment to work directly with children in any capacity, the county shall require the applicant, if offered the position, to be subject to a criminal history record check conducted by the SBI. These record checks must be performed in accordance with General Statute 143B-1209.26, which authorizes the SBI to provide fingerprint-based state and national criminal record check results to the county. So, Commissioners, I would just like to request that you adopt the resolution to amend the Halifax County personnel policy that has been provided to you within the.
Okay, questions or comments from any of the commissioners? If not, I'll need a motion for your approval.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Silver, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Ms. Shotwell, like at DSS, they got workers all the time who work with kids. Is that who we're talking about?
Yes, sir. So currently, right now, this background check is different than the current background check that we already perform on applicants, and that this is fingerprint-based background check.
Right.
So right now, the only current staff subjected to that are those in child support. But this would now open that up to social workers, and even outside of like the DSS environment, if you want to hire additional librarians.
Right.
Anybody that's going to work with children on a continuous, ongoing basis.
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you.
Ms. Shot,
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
wouldn't that include if we span like recreation for the county, if we have
Yes, sir,
things of that nature?
absolutely. So what we'll be doing is identifying all of those positions, and that would be a part of their onboarding and condition of employment that they successfully pass that background check.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Appreciate you. All right. Going to item K, which is the action on the public hearing on the budget amendment for the CDBG over in Lincoln Heights. Mr. Scott, do you have anything else to tell us about that project?
No, sir.
Okay. This time, Commissioners, you've heard the presentation coming from Mr. Scott earlier. We need to approve the budget amendment to additional funds to the CDBG NR project budget for the housing rehabilitation and neighborhood facilities in the Lincoln Heights community, and make Minister Bell and others real happy over there. Any questions or comments? Attorney Rollins?
I'll go. I didn't pay attention to this last week, and I'll admit.
Okay.
Christina, help me remember, do we have a grant project ordinance on this or not?
I believe we do.
Thought we do.
I think we do.
I think we do.
Right, so Mike, can I clarify that this will actually be an amendment to the grant project ordinance to add this additional funding?
Go back to,
Right, and
the current budget ordinance
Okay.
to reflect it.
And do you have a particular recommendation about, with respect to the expenditures under that grant project ordinance? Does that need to be designated at this point, or are we still looking to what we know
No, it
is that
doesn't
open?
designate it now. We would come back once we get the official
Very
order
good.
from Commerce. In fact, it's kind of timely, just gone through the first round of procurement for the replacement housing.
Okay.
And we're going to be doing the proposal reviews in the next few days.
All right, so I would just ask if we could just to clarify that this is a motion to amend the grant project ordinance to add the additional appropriation of $200,000. Okay. And my apologies, Board, for not catching that.
No problem. I also move that motion. Is there a second to it?
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Bryant, second by Vice Chair Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay. All right, now we're going to board appointments. Central Communications Advisory Board received nominations to reappoint William Crickmore and Richard Pulley.
I'll make a motion.
Motion made by Commissioner Barrett. Is there a second? Second. Second by Commissioner Redden. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, I think that's the only one, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Chairman Bryant?
Yes.
Could you just sort of describe what that committee or advisory board does? Just a brief
I'm gonna defer and let the county manager do that. Ms. Denton?
Yes, sir. The Central Communications Advisory Board is a board made up of representatives from the municipalities, particularly those that have police and fire agencies. It's for the 911 center. And they come together and just talk about operations and how to improve, that kind of thing. Also because most of them pay into operating the 911 center.
And just from maybe moving forward, maybe we could have a brief summary of the description of that advisory board or committee that we're appointing.
Sure.
It would be helpful to me.
Okay. Sure.
All right. I think that's the only one, I believe. Okay, now we'll move to economic development. Ms. Scott?
I've got all my work done this morning. We'll get on into the afternoon. And I promise my report won't be as long as others you've had today, so. So, lots of good information today, for sure. Quick update on our economic indicators. Our unemployment rate jumped to 6.1%, up from 5.7% last month. Unemployment increased in 95 of 100 counties this last period for August, and all of the 15 metropolitan areas had increases in unemployment. I believe that is attributed to, based on my research, slower job growth at the national level, and there is some cautiousness in hiring due to economic uncertainties of the future. So we'll keep you posted and we'll keep watching, but some of our other indicators are really good, so it's a double-edged sword. Building permits were 4.2 million for the period in August and 10.1 million last year. There was a specific project last year that made the building permits higher for that month. So, and that was actually the housing development that is under construction on NC 48. So that's the reason for that large difference. Retail sales were just over 67 or almost 68 million compared to 63 million a year ago this time. And as of 9/29, September 29th, there were 608 jobs advertised as available in Halifax County. And to give you just a little breakdown, I try to do that each month, on where the job openings are. If you look here, you see the majority of jobs are in the retail trade, healthcare, social assistance, administrative support, education, wholesale trade, which is usually generally attributed in some way to manufacturing, related to manufacturing, accommodations, and then you see manufacturing is actually one of the lower classifications at 15, which reflects that change in the cautiousness in hiring right now. Using this button. Okay, in September, it's hard to believe, Halifax County Business Horizons had their annual meeting. A lot of you were there. Thank you for attending. It was a great mix of community leaders and people in business that are interested in support Halifax County's economic development efforts. We had a very compelling and inspiring keynote address from Bruce Tiber, the co-owner of the Weldon Mills Distillery. And then the annual Working Together Works Award was presented to Roseburg Forest Products and Gwinnett Valley Lumber for all the great impact they've had in our community over the last couple of years. I'm going to go through this real quickly. I attended the Meadows Sewer District meeting. Really exciting to hear about all of the work that's gone into that and it coming to fruition. And I left kind of energized about the opportunities there. And I think there's some funding options that are available that could fit into this area, like from the Gates Foundation, and certainly the Southeast Crescent Regional Commission are opportunities to fund this. They like projects like this in areas with high poverty levels, so definitely need to look at that. But I'll keep engaged with management team on all that. I attended the Ag Allies Conference. I've never attended a conference where I got so much information about current trends related to agriculture and what the implications are to our state. And mainly, agriculture is an important economic sector for us and will continue to be. And while there's a lot going on at the global level, hopefully, locally, we'll be a little bit insulated because we're large in cotton, and, cotton is one of those things that continue to be made, things be made from it. And even though textiles, like, what are the shirts called with the H? I don't wear them. Under Armour, I'm sorry, it's an A, Under Armour. There's a lot of companies like that are, kind of putting a dent in the cotton usage, but it's building back and coming back. And so agriculture really is important for us to keep our own for the future. I attended the Northeast Regional Listening Session in Edenton, focused on, ideas to improve workforce development, business development, community development. Gave our input in this very well-attended summit. I did want to let you know that we have $3 million that's been approved by the state of North Carolina, $2,350,000 from the Select Site Readiness Program, and the other $650,000 from DOT. I told you we were applying for these funds. They were approved, and so now we'll be able to have an access road to the US 301 site. This is huge, and the good thing about it is that DOT will work with us in the acquisition of the rights of way. We don't have to actually go out and try to secure those. They'll do it, and hopefully we'll utilize the grant funds to pay for them. We're waiting for just announcement of the funding for the Air Loss Access Road project. We have applications in, and, at the federal level, there's some different procedures now for grant approval, so just hopefully any day we'll hear on this. So that's two major projects that we've been successful in moving forward. We're going to continue to focus on infrastructure projects, the sewer extension from infield to exit 154 and Premier Boulevard. Very busy client inquiry month, but most of the inquiries were for existing buildings. And so there's a project that came in just at the end of the month in Durant that we submitted a proposal for, and we actually have that client visit coming this week. So we have several existing companies that are looking at expansions that we're working with, and continue to work with our other projects that you all have received updates about recently. Lots of meetings and activities coming up. One of the ones that is important to me as an economic developer is our Brownfields Coalition meeting, which is tomorrow. This is where we talk about the properties in our county and in our region that need assistance through the U.S. Brownfields funding from EPA. And so we have several in Halifax County that are part of that. And also, we've gotten some attention from the state for one of our I-95 properties that's a privately owned site that has potential for reuse. And so the state of North Carolina has some residual funds that they're targeting towards Halifax County and this site to help look at opportunities to reuse that. So I'll keep you posted on that. This is National Manufacturing Week, and we're going to be doing some highlights of our manufacturers and particularly our industry sectors. We're working with Research Farm Foods to get some high school kids touring the plant on Thursday of this week. So have a career opportunity for them, and working on putting that together for Thursday. In highlighting our industry sectors, I just want to make sure you all know that our forest products industry in Halifax County is really robust. It represents over $625 million in investment in our county, and this is taxable investment, and 845 jobs, and the average wage in that industry is just over $70,000 a year, so it's a pretty robust industry for Halifax County. And then if you look at agriculture and food processing, I've already mentioned that we're number 1 in cotton, number 4 in peanuts too. But that's an $80 million investment in Halifax County, and over 379 people are employed in agriculture with an average wage of $84,000 a year. And that is real. That comes from a reliable source. That's a real figure. And then if you look at food processing, it represents over $62 million in Halifax County, 831 employees, and an average wage of $49,000. And then advanced manufacturing, companies like JBB Packaging, PCB, Pisotronics, Kennametal, others, that they represent an $80 million investment in our county, 235 employees, and their annual average wage is just over $61,000 a year. And then healthcare. Healthcare is big in Halifax County. There's over $154 million worth of investment in Halifax County in the healthcare world, and that includes private health clinics and home health facilities and things of that nature, our hospital. Even though our hospital is not a taxable entity, it has a tremendous value in our community. But that represents over 2,600 employees and an average wage of $54,506. So these are our major employment sectors. There are many more, but it's interesting to see what the impact is locally for these sectors in our community. If there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer. I know y'all are tired.
Oh, we're good. We've heard information coming from our Economic Development Director. Any questions or comments? If not, Kathy, as always, thank you for all that you do. We'll hear from our hardworking county manager now, Mr. Hill Denton.
Good afternoon again to all of you. I feel bad for giving you more paper, but I want to pass out, just one for everyone on each side. At your annual conference of the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners back in August, when you registered and picked up your bag, you should have gotten a book called the NCACC County Map Book. And it takes you through a lot of data and information and rankings where we fall with all kinds of things from education to taxes, population demographics, everything. On the heels of that, they always produce a summary for each county. That came out late last week. I just want to pass out a copy to each of you. It's really good. It's a quick reference for just information you may need if you're talking to community groups or you need some quick information. So I just wanted you to have that for your reference. The second item is I just wanted to remind you of Harvest Days taking place next Friday and Saturday. As long as it's good weather, we'll have a good turnout. And this is your festival. This is the county's premier event to showcase our rich agricultural history. We've had pretty much every county department involved in the planning. Cooperative Extension takes the lead. And so you'll have a lot of even some farmers there, the tractor club, the library handles all the programming at the Rosenwald School. We have hay rides, our famous tractor drivers here, two down from me, to drive the students in the hay ride. And if you come on Friday, you'll see about 700 students. It is organized chaos and it's a lot of fun. And they have a good time too. And we like getting out of the office to go and hang out with them. I just want to remind you, just pray for good weather. The final thing I do request action on is in your agenda items. We have a system down at the Court Services Building called CRAVE. And of course, we love acronyms. CRAVE stands for Courtroom Audiovisual Experience. And that basically allows defendants to, or inmates if they're in our jail, to appear virtually in front of the judge for like first appearances, other types of hearings. That equipment is located in Courtroom 3, which is primarily for district court. Resident Superior Court Judge Branch has requested that be moved into the Superior Courtroom. This has to be coordinated through the Administrative Office of the Courts, and you have an attachment on your agenda information that's a memorandum of agreement that would allow them to come in with their vendor and do a site survey to see what we would need to facilitate that move from one courtroom to the next. They estimate the cost of the site survey to be no more than $2,500, and then we would need to execute the MOA, and if you would provide permission for me to sign it on behalf of the county. To fund this, I would recommend taking that funding via budget amendment from contingency. We haven't used any contingency yet this year, so you have $125,000 on that line. So this will be a good use of those funds to fund that, and we'll get that back to AOC upon your approval and have them complete the site survey.
When we get this $2,500 back?
No.
Okay.
No, that's going to be the county's expense. I think Mr. Rollins had his finger up.
Let me just add to that. This is just for the contract engineer to come in and assess how much it will cost to move the existing system in District Court Room 3 to Superior Court Room number 1, and just that work. Once that's done, they'll come back with an estimated cost to actually move that equipment, at which time we'll come back to you again concerning the cost of making that transition. And I wanted to be clear about that. I will be frank with you. In the end, the AOC takes the position that this is part of the county's responsibility to provide courtroom services, courtroom space for the judicial system, and they're expecting us to make this move anyway, either on our own, through our own contractors, or through the contract they already have negotiated with the vendor, which will likely be much less than what we would have to do if we were required to do it on our own. So there's a side of me that says you don't really have much choice in this, but you do. You can decide we'll do it ourselves and pay whoever we can find to do it, whatever they intend to charge us, or we can do it under the state's contract with this arrangement here. So didn't want you to have any misunderstanding about that.
What is the projected total cost of everything? I can't get back into my system.
That's what this site survey is for, to let us know. It could be more or less depending on how much cabling is needed. The equipment is already there, so we shouldn't have anything like the cost we had when we first did this several years ago. But this site survey is for the vendor to make that determination for us.
Was there something listed in our documents that we had beforehand? I'm sorry, again, I can't get into the system that sort of lists different prices, since that's what I was sort of...
Yeah, let me pull my hard copy. Let me see what you might be referring to.
There's just this.
It says estimates the cost to be no more than $2,500.
Yeah, I think
that's just for the...
That's for the survey.
Site survey.
There is a list, but it's different.
She's talking about the total cost.
It's the different specs that may be required.
Okay.
Right.
I knew I saw something.
So, like I said, some of that is already in place. It will just have to be moved. So it just kind of depends what their vendor determines what our needs are.
Now, if we move this to one courtroom to the other courtroom, will it still be needed in that courtroom as well?
I guess my question is, and I was saying, why do they need to move?
So, the courtroom that Judge Branch is talking about is Superior Court. And we have Superior Court only in one courtroom, that's courtroom 1.
Which is larger
So
one.
they haven't been using the system in Superior Court since...
They don't have it. They don't have it. They have it in courtroom number 2, which is District Court, and I think another courtroom, which is District Court.
So yes, I'm thinking the same line she's thinking now, so are we going to quit using it in District Court?
No, you still use it. District Court judge will still be able to advise, use the system.
So I just have to go to Superior Court and we're going to do it?
No, you have two now. Courtroom number 2 and courtroom 3 has it. Courtroom 1 doesn't have it.
I got you. So we're just moving one system out of one of the district.
It was in both district courtrooms. Right. And now the system in number 3 is going to Superior Court.
Okay.
So now you have one for district and superior.
Okay.
Right.
Yes. And I would also recommend using AOC's vendor, just because it would probably cost us more. We don't know who would do the work. And I don't know that I would feel comfortable having it done with our own staff, just because you have to meet certain
And
specifications.
it has to sync up with the AOC
Right, it has to
system. It's
to
just-
sync up with
there's
their
no-
technology.
There's no sense in going with a third-party vendor that the county works with directly.
Does all this need to be a part of the motion?
We just need a motion to approve the $2,500 to be appropriated to the budget for this site survey.
And to delegate authority to me to sign on behalf of the county.
All right, with that being said, can I get a motion? So moved. Motion made by Commissioner Seals, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Okay. Ms. Denton, you have anything else?
That is all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Wiley?
The only report I have is to tell you I've got several things to talk with you about in closed session.
Okay, all right. Just before I ask for our closed session, you do have before you, we're looking on the other business now. We have a letter or email from Richard Home with the Daily Herald, and I'm not going to read it. It's there. You've seen this, I think, before. You've seen the second statement that had come out in the Daily Herald, but it's from the Daily Herald, Richard Home. Okay? All right. With that being said, closed session. Attorney Rollins, tell me what you got.
Yes, for a couple of reasons, and I'll state, first of all, I want to discuss with you last week's Court of Appeals decision in our 911 funding case with the city of Grand Rapids. That discussion is to preserve the attorney-client privilege. Also wants to talk to you about another matter concerning property acquisition, and also with respect to that same matter to preserve the attorney-client privilege on some other negotiations. So with that, I would ask that we go into closed session. Kathy, I don't think you have anything.
anything for this meeting, no.
Okay, thank
Ms.
you.
Denton, did you have anything else?
No, sir.
Okay, all right. With that being said, can I get a motion to go in closed session? Also for minutes too, I believe.
Yes, sir.
All right, and I think it resets. Can I get a motion to go in closed session for those closed session minutes as well as what Attorney Rollins just mentioned?
So moved.
Okay, all right, motion made by Commissioner Barrett, second by Vice Chair Davis. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Now, if those who don't belong here can leave and all of us can stay, we'll be rolling on in a second. Is that all right?
I did get a text from Dr. Elliott on Friday that Storm came home and was so excited to hear that. I think so yesterday.
Oh, okay, that's good. Take care.
Full moving back and everything.
That's good.